morning and welcome to the second annual Virtual Career Expo. My name is Micheline Navatises and I am the coordinator for the Career VX. Now we've been long awaiting career guidance and it is here now. It is our time to shine and take over. Desiree, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Desiree, tell me, if you were now down in high school, or let's take 3 years back the line, what would you expect to be told on a Career VX Expo?
Well, I mean, on a Career VX Expo, I would really want for my mind, like for my knowledge of the different career paths to be opened a bit more. Because I remember when I was in grade 12, there are so many careers and things that I could have done, but I didn't know of them. Can you believe that I didn't know what logistics was in grade 12? I did not know what logistics was.
Was that the path that you wanted to tap into, maybe?
No, it's something that I definitely would have been interested in if I knew about it.
Had you had enough career guidance?
Yes, so I think that's why the Career VX is so important, so that learners who are in the position that I was in have a platform, you know, to get more information.
Yes. And I think that is what the Career VX and the Career Guide that recently came out just in July offers our grade 12 learners and even recent graduates that want to redirect their careers. Now we'll be featuring different profiles with different and so many medical fields, you name it, medical, business, engineering, science. So they will be seated here just like you and I, and this is where they will be sharing their career path and guidance.
Oh wow, that's very interesting. I actually saw the magazine and I've seen quite interesting career paths there. I've seen radiologist.
Yes, and radiographer.
I have no idea what that is. But now, because of the magazine, I know what it is. So I'm quite excited.
Okay. So the theme this year that accompanies the Career VX will be unfolding your skill set.
Okay.
Just as, because it goes along with the career path, it is very important to unfold your skill set at a 10-year age. Imagine you being in high school, but you do not know how to just have a professional conversation or just a simple thing as to drafting up your CV, because I see that is still a huge struggle with high school learners.
Yes. So Micheline, like when you say unfolding your skill set, do you mind explaining that in layman's terms for learners that are in grade 12, grade 10, grade 11?
So unfolding your skill set is the basics that you basically need in your daily life as a high school learner or just as a recent graduate, what you need to step into the right career path. That is just with regards to how you speak on a professional level and how you can interact with people in the corporate world. Say you have an internship program that you, or literally like you just wrote you got flying colors in your high school and now you got a bursary or scholarship, or rather just an internship to see how practically it works in that that company that you want to join. So that is very important to unfold your skill set and to make sure that you have everything needed. It's like a first kit, a step in the right direction.
Oh wow, that's quite interesting, because actually a lot of, like I said, like myself, a lot of students or learners rather don't know what it is that they need to step into the real world after grade 12.
Yes.
What else is there that's going to be happening?
So we have a lot of things lined up. We'll be speaking about internship programs as featured in our career guide. We mentioned a few institutions and companies that offer internship programs, bursary programs, and also institutions that admit grade 11s. It's still a gray area for grade 11s to have a certain decision to say that no, I want to leave or I want to exit high school. Grade 11 will be my exit point. So that's what we also provided, and we also have institutions that will be coming in. For example, F&B, PwC, Petrofund. Desiree, I don't want to spoil everything. So we need to tune in.
Okay.
Yes.
To see what else there's going to be.
Yes.
Okay. So where is this going to be broadcasted?
It will be broadcasted on our MyZone and Careers Hub Facebook pages, and you can also find us later on YouTube under Namibia Media Holdings.
Oh wow, I can't wait.
Definitely, I am super excited, Desiree. And we are also celebrating International Youth Day today, so let's head over and speak to Wayne. Hi, Damasha Matone, how are you?
Hi, I'm great, and you?
Wow. So since we're celebrating International Youth Day today, Damasha, I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding the youth, seeing the fact that you are a youth activist.
Yes.
Yes. So, Damasha, what does it mean for you to be a youth, and what role do you think the youth plays within the society?
To me, being a part of the youth means just being myself. I believe if something that the youth misses out on is just being individual. They think that many of them should fit into a category which has been prescribed to them, and I really don't think that's fair. I believe individuality can really separate you from everyone, and once you realize that when you are special and the way God made you is special, you can achieve great things. And the role I think the youth plays in the society is actually a very big one, and a lot of people overlook it because at the end of the day, the decisions being made today will most likely affect us more later on in life than it affects the how do I say older adults
Yes.
that are making these decisions. And that's my take on it.
Definitely, Tamasha. So, in what ways do you believe can the youth become more proactive in addressing social issues?
It really starts within yourself. For example, something that I'm really passionate about is gender rights, and I had to unlearn a lot of toxic, how do I say, toxic mentalities which I had and which I grew up with. It's in our culture. It's something that you have to unlearn. Obviously, our culture is beautiful and all that, but there are a lot of things which prevent us from doing social justices within ourselves, which we have to address first before we go out and do more great things like starting projects and all that, which is obviously the next step.
Correct. So youth unemployment is an issue, as we know by now, and on a daily basis. So in what ways do you believe the youth can create their own employment opportunities and not just wait or depend on the government or private sector to create opportunities?
A lot of things that I've actually seen my peers start are like small businesses at home. For example, they might sell bracelets or they sell those scrunchies and all that. And I believe, although it doesn't bring a lot of revenue, by starting a bunch of small businesses, we as the youth can actually gain a lot of money from that. So instead of focusing on the big picture, rather take a bunch of small pictures and make a collage, which you could inevitably get.
Correct. So what do you believe is the importance of career guidance, and what role do you think the Career VX, which is the expo that gives career guidance to learners and graduates, play in this regard?
Career guidance is something that's not really encouraged. I know a lot of schools, they encourage you to go for it, but there's no, how do I say, practical measures or practical things in place which help us achieve that. It's mainly a thing of we are mainly taught that you have to get a certain job that makes a lot of money and all that. So career guidance can really help a lot of the youth realize that maybe the job that I've always been told, oh, you're smart, go be a doctor or go be a psychologist or something, that you can realize that perhaps I like accounting more, or I like something else more, which could benefit you in the long run. Because if you love your job, you could really do an amazing job at it. And the career guidance places, I really think that what they're doing is amazing. But I know that a lot of people that I know in school, we really are not able to do it with our schedules, and sometimes we can't afford it and all that. So I think it does play a role, but it could play a bigger role if it, for example, was implemented into the schools.
And last but not least, what would your message be to your fellow peers watching to encourage them to work hard for their future and to not simply wait for opportunities but become creators of change?
Something I would advise and something that I implement is simply just taking initiative. As I know me myself, I don't like taking initiative, mainly because I'm scared. I have this fear that if I do it, I might fail. And really it's not like that. If you really just take that first step, you will run into many opportunities. And the one thing I would advise is overcome it. Just overcome that fear and take the risk, because it could really be something big. And if it is a failure, for example, then it can be something you learn from, and the next time you can do something even better.
Wow, viewers, there you've had it from the horse's mouth, Damasha Maton, who is the youth activist and is doing the extraordinary. Thank you so much for giving us a message for International Youth Day, Damasha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, viewers, please keep on watching for more career guidance.
Like all youngsters are when you're like 17, 18.
Yes.
So what I used to do with games, I used to make levels and try and tell stories to change the game. I'd play the game, finish the game, and then I'd be like, okay.
Mr. Haita Kadim, being a pilot, you are responsible for passengers' lives.
That's correct.
How do you feel about that?
Man, it's a huge responsibility.
Then I quote, I make a prayer in my head. Is this because you have a busy schedule, or is this a tradition?
It's a combination of both.
Our main institutions, I mean, you have to recognize PwC, NAS, Liberty, Northwest University, ONL, which was phenomenal, the group, NAMDEP, ICANN that joined us today, First National Bank, UNAM, Standard Bank, and obviously NMH. Just thank you very much for believing in us, and to all of our presenters on Channel 1 when it came to the careers. Thank you for sharing your insightful stories with us.
Yes. See you guys next year.
Good morning, Namibia. My name is Tonole Mongoba, Project Coordinator of MyZone, the youth brand of Namibia Media Holdings, and we would like to welcome you to our first edition of our virtual career expo called Career VX.
I'd like to welcome you to the very first virtual career expo in Namibia. I hope you'll find it useful on your career success. Best of luck, Dr. Mo signing out.
So Center of Excellence in Information Technology is a newly established center, and it is under the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, and it is an outcome of bilateral relationship between India and Namibia.
I'm Chef Grayton, and welcome to Isabel's Table. Today I'm going to invite you to my kitchen and do a quick, simple mushroom sauce. Let's get going.
There's a lot of careers embedded in a life insurance company. So some of the advice first would be look at what you want to do and whether that career fits in a life company. And then if that is Liberty, there's various ways. You can visit our website. You can even email your CV to info@liberty.com.ma.
So my role in PwC is that I work as a data analytics consultant.
We are a fire department that deals with a lot of things. So we are divided into about 8 sections.
everyone. I'm Monique Simasiko, registered nurse and midwife. So, what do? I already mentioned that I'm a registered nurse and midwife. So, a typical day at work basically is just attending to patients that are not feeling well, screening patients. By screening, I mean that I take the patients' complaints and then I treat them. And then we have different departments where I work. I'm a community nurse, so we deal with different cases. At the moment, I'm talking from our emergency room. So here I see different types of emergency cases. So if a patient comes here with a stabbed wound, we have to stabilize the patient and send for the next level of treatment. So that's basically how my typical day looks like. We deal with different cases, from immunizing baby, to treating patients who come in with a headache or a cold or flu, to stabilizing a patient who comes in with a critical condition, such as bleeding to death and all that. So what do you need to become a nurse? You just basically have to go to school to grade 12 and go through your science subjects, and then you apply to become a nurse.
Well guys, I hope you enjoyed that video by Monique Simasiku, the nurse. Good morning.
Good morning, Monique.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for joining us on Career VX 2021.
I'm glad. I'm happy to be here.
How are you feeling?
A little bit nervous, but I'm excited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get right to it. So, can you just tell us a bit more about yourself and what your career entails?
Okay. Well, I'm Monique Simasiku. I'm a registered nurse by profession. So, basically, what should I say about myself? I mean, I'm more of an introverted type of person. I'm a bookworm. And then I just love to chill and relax when I'm not at work. So to become a nurse means that you have to have caring qualities. And obviously your books, your metric has to reflect. So that's basically it. You have to have caring qualities. You have to love what you do. You have to want to help people, basically. So if you're that person who wants to help people all the time, then you could maybe try out and become a nurse.
Guys, except from the part that we share the same name, she's also very much into fitness herself. I don't know why she didn't mention that.
Okay, I am, but I've been slow lately. But yeah, I am into fitness as well. So when I have time, I actually do work out. So yeah.
As a nurse, what does your job look like, on a day-to-day basis?
It's quite different because currently I'm employed at Katutra Health Center. It's a health center, like I mentioned. So at times you have quiet days, you deal with babies, you find babies that are really ill, and then you have to cannulate them, you have to stabilize them. And then there are times where we actually lose lives as well. So there are times where it's very difficult, it can be challenging as well, and there are times where we have smiles on our faces because we might have delivered a baby, and the baby survived and we managed to send them to hospital. Or there are times where we vaccinate babies. Of course, that doesn't involve any type of illnesses or sicknesses as well. Then we also give support to family members of patients who are on chronic treatment as well. And we also educate our patients. So at times it's really encouraging just to know that, okay, I'm helping the next person, or I did the best with the next person. So it differs depending on what you're dealing with on that day.
Just as you mentioned, when I'm trying to imagine myself in your shoes, and I'm like, that's like a roller coaster of emotions.
It actually is. It is.
So with that, it drains you. But how do you keep sane, mental-wise and emotionally? Because you can get into a sunken place and in a dark space. But how do you try not to move into that?
It's crazy, and I'm just going to share a recent incident. On the 29th of July was my birthday, and I was working. I was working on a Wednesday night, so I knocked off on a Thursday morning. So around 4 in the morning, I actually lost a baby, Wow. Yeah, so it's really devastating. And I actually even forgot that it's my birthday. It was so sad, and I was just at home, in bed. I actually didn't want to do anything. But nevertheless, what I do to just keep sane is I'm hopeful, because I feel like there's a reason why I'm being called to be a nurse, So like you said, exercising also really helps, and I'm a person who loves writing. So at times I just journal out all those emotions, at least it lifts them out.
Yeah.
And I also recently joined psychological support groups for health workers.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that
like,
also helps.
What's the difference between working in clinics and hospitals? Is it the same routine or they are like different?
No, totally different. And I actually prefer the clinics better.
How so?
Because the ward is more like a routine type of vibe, whereby patients are admitted, you take care of the patients, doctor writes medication, you give the medication, you tend the patient, you bath the patients, the ones that are unable to. Of which a clinic, you just see face-on patients. So it's more like you see different people every minute to say. So we only keep patients for 6 hours maximum. If we are unable to deliver or continue with whatever it is, we have to refer them to the hospital. So that's the level of care. So hospitals, they admit and care. We treat and send home, or we treat and refer if we are unable to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So why nursing?
Actually, I wanted to be a doctor because growing up, I just wanted to help people. So then I couldn't get into medical school. And then I was like, okay, let me just do nursing 4 years, and then when I'm done, go ahead and do medicine. But I realized that with nursing, you are actually more into people's lives. You go deeper into people's lives. You connect deeper with people. It's not just about caring for them or treating what the problem is. You actually get to find that at times, it's not our physical, that's not okay. At times, it's our social, it's our mental.
Yes.
So, yeah.
So, what motivated and inspired you to take this career?
Yeah. My aunt, it's so weird because the aunt that I'm named after, she's also a nurse.
Your namesake.
My namesake, yes. Yeah. And I was aggravated by other people now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are the steps or criteria needed for a person to, if they want to become a nurse?
First of all, your metric plays a role. And we currently in Namibia, we have 2 types of nursing. Registered nurse / midwife that I am, or an enrolled nurse.
Wait, you're a midwife as well?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, so anyone, if you want a water birth, at home, she's your girl.
Yeah, I'm a midwife as well. So to become either of the 2, you have to have at least matriculated with 26 points or more, depending on which university you're going to or college. And the enrolled nurse, I think it's 20 points. And then you should obviously have your science subjects like biology, math, and English.
Yes.
And then you go through an aptitude test. Where I trained, you go through an aptitude test. And then that's basically it. And interest plays a role in nursing. Because people now are just running because of the money. But you find yourself that you'll be frustrated because you deal with a lot of different things daily.
The long hours.
So I feel like the interest must be there, along with your metric, along with the caring qualities. I mean, everyone has caring qualities, but to a certain extent. Yeah.
So you're a frontline worker now with the pandemic going on. Guys, she's exhausted. But let me just give you like a round of applause,
Thank you.
So, but like, how do you take care of yourself to ensure that you take care of yourself while you're a frontline worker?
I'm not going to lie. I think it's just God. I guess we put our trust in God because there are times where you find yourself that we didn't have enough PPE, that is protective gear, and then like us, we see different patients every time, and at a point we're even admitting COVID patients. You find out that, oh my gosh, there are no gowns also, or maybe the gown is not even enough because you're in close proximity with the patients. So we tried as much as we could, our management tried as much as we could, but I just want to believe in God, that's all. Because it has been hectic on the ground compared to what people actually
So how do you try and stay positive? Because I know we're all human beings.
And
energies don't lie. You can only fake it to such an extent.
Yeah, exactly. You find yourself snapping.
Yeah, but how do you keep on, keep keeping on that like beautiful smile and keeping positive. How do you do that?
So the thing that motivates me more, or that helps me to keep sane and positive, you'll find that there's always just that one patient in your day. Maybe it's a 12-hour shift, you have been having a hell of a day. You'll find that one grateful patient who actually just genuinely tell you that, thank you.
Yeah.
So that just keeps me going, knowing that there's someone who really does appreciate my work.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You mentioned working with people and different patients.
Yeah.
How do you deal with difficult patients? Because you know, you run. I bet you run across a lot of them on a daily basis.
Yeah, we do. On a daily basis. On a daily basis. So you have two types of difficult patients: the aggressive ones, and let me say the stubborn ones. That's how I'll classify them. Now, the aggressive ones will actually insult you, call you names, just because they feel like, okay, they do have rights, but it's basically just frustration to say they urgently need your attention or your care. So understanding that they are humans and understanding that you just have to still care for this patient. So we just try and calm them down. But there are times where it's really nasty and that person, we have to call in police or security. Like now all night we have the Kalahari patrolling. That's how bad it gets at times.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you just, take us through a moment where you came across a stubborn or angry patient?
Aggressive patient.
Yeah, and that just run us through that scenario so we can just have a clear image in our heads and how you handled that situation.
Yeah. So I think this was way back earlier through the year. I was covering in the pediatric room. Covering means taking over from the night staff. So I was there doing my thing, and then a man walks in and said, "No, there's no one who's busy with dressing. Now dressing as in the wounds." Then I tell him that, "No, sir, just have a seat at the specific room. The people are coming." Because usually when we come in, if it's day shift, we have a morning meeting. So the ones that are covering, they just go and take over from the night. So this man goes back, and then a minute he comes back, and then he insults me. He says the F word, and then he's approaching me. At that moment, I was just so confused. I'm like, am I going to be beaten or not? And then I quickly called out for security, and good enough, he was also really loud, so they could hear. So security came, and he just continued being aggressive and harassing everyone, calling us names. And all that. I won't lie, I was literally shaking. I'm like, yo, so you're not safe in our own workplace. Yeah, it gets that crazy. We actually have had incidences where our doctors were also attacked physically. Yes.
Oh my.
Yeah, we are going through a lot, really.
So like, is nursing the end for you?
No, I won't say nursing is the end for me. I'm actually interested in community nursing. But I already have that. I'm also interested in psychiatry. So soon I want to specialize to become a psychiatric nurse. And I want to add on, and currently I'm actually doing a postgraduate diploma in project management as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Working girl. We see you.
We need to climb, we need to climb.
We do. So like from the medical field in Namibia, how would you say it has grown the past few years now?
I think it has gone far, because if you look at it, they were not training nurses in Namibia at first, and when they started training nurses, it was only in Ongwediva, and now it's actually broad. As a nurse, you can actually specialize and decide to say, I can only do this, ICU nurse, theater nurse, emergency training, and then and then people are also given chances. You can start as an auxiliary nurse, which is a nurse assistant, and then you can still be given an opportunity to find yourself as a registered nurse. So the medical field has really grown. I mean, you find nurses in pharmaceuticals as well.
Yeah. Have you ever experienced a miracle moment? I mean, we watch these movies, and we're just like, is it really like that in the hospitals?
Yeah, I guess I have a couple of times. Where you get those patients that when you look at them, really, even at the back of your mind, you can already tell that, okay, this one is going.
Yeah.
So when I had one with a sugar of 1.5, and I'm just like, wow, when you look at the patient, they are almost dying.
Yeah.
We gave now the dextrose is another form of sugar, if I may say, and then we inform the doctor. And then we manage, we push that patient to theater. Like I said, we are a health center, so there are certain services that we actually have on hand. We push the patient to theater, we push the patient back, we put the patient on oxygen while we were busy awaiting ambulance. And when the ambulance came, the patient was stabilized and was still alive.
And the patient survived.
The patient survived.
Interesting. So for anyone that's watching and it's like, oh my gosh, I want nursing, just to wear that outfit and, rub shoulders with the doctors and look cute. What word of advice would you give that individual right now that's watching?
I would want to tell them to be strong, because I don't think there's any nursing school that's actually easy. Because when you're starting to become a nurse, from your first year, you're expected to start working. Not working as in getting a salary, but for your experience purposes. So it's not actually easy. And you don't get to choose to say, I don't want maternity, I don't want psychiatry. You're placed in all this, you get thrown in. And that's not the worst of it. When you are done, that's where the real deal comes in now.
So that's just the tip of the iceberg.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. So if you are not certain, it's always good to give it a try. But if you realize that it's not your calling, it's always good to just let it go, because you deal with people and you're dealing with people's lives. Yeah, so I believe in getting more blessings than curses, actually.
Wow, guys, wise words. Such a soft-spoken, but very strong from Monique. So let's just have a look. So guys, that has come to the end of our first interview with Monique Sumasiku, who is a nurse.
Thank you.
Well, guys, welcome back. Today we're joined here by Pavel Shoya, who is a photographer. Morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good.
Thank you for joining us this morning. So, what made you get into the photography business?
I don't really take a decision based off any reason. I just started doing it. Okay. And I fell in love with it. I didn't do it as a decision.
Okay, just the passion and the love for it.
Yeah. I didn't actually know I was going to be here.
Okay. Yeah. So what type of photography are you into?
I cover all sort of photography, from fashion, family, maternity, corporate. Yeah, quite dynamic. We don't just focus on something specific.
So you mentioned that you're self-taught, like you watch a lot of YouTube videos.
Not really, not like a lot of YouTube videos, but I buy workshops.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are professional photographers out there who offer workshops that you can actually buy, and then it's sort of like a virtual class.
Interesting. So out of all the gadgets you bought, are there any you wish you never bought?
No, not really. I always try to buy something which is necessary.
So then where do you buy your gadgets?
It really depends. Sometimes some gadgets you need to use them on an emergency situation. So you're mostly likely to buy them in here, but for a very expensive price. Other than that, we always get our supplies from South Africa.
Okay. Yeah. So you mentioned you do use workshops to educate yourself more. So apart from the workshops, what else do you do to keep on the lookout or to be always updated on the new things that's going on?
I mean, workshops are mostly just to guide you what everyone is doing, but as a photographer, you need your own signature. So that gives you time. I mean, in the end, you can get taught what is what and what not, but you can't actually be taught to have a signature as a photographer. So this, you spending time as a photographer actually teaches you, I mean, there aren't really other new things. Yeah, it's not quite complex. So I feel like if you experience being a photographer, then you'll know what things you need to know.
Interesting. Yeah. So how will someone know that, oh, Pavel shot that? What's your signature style?
That's quite really hard to actually answer, because I don't actually look at it with a person that who didn't actually with a photographer's eye. I mean, I look at it with a photographer's eye, because when I shoot an image, I'm just creating images, so they can actually be of different looks and feels, different lighting setups. But I feel like my audience can actually maybe relate to that question more than I am.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's a saying, you know your face. I mean, people know your face more than you know yourself. So it's mostly like that. So I don't really know what they look at that actually directs them to.
So what's been the best work you've done that you're proud of? You don't have any favorites?
Every one of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
So there's none where it's oh.
Yeah. There is a late photographer by the name Peter Lindenberg. Lindsay Adler, she's a fashion portrait photographer. Jeremy Kramer, he's more like a lifestyle photographer. I mean, I'm inspired by different photographers from different aspects, and that's why I try to get inspiration from all these people and actually join it into one.
Okay, so what does a typical day for you as a photographer look like? If you can just when you wake up.
I mean, it's you waking up if you have early appointments, and that means shooting. So you wake up, start shooting. If you're not having any early appointments, you wake up, start retouching, Yeah, so it's always either retouching or the other way around.
So
Shooting.
how long does retouching take in a day? How long will you spend on retouching images?
That basically depends on the type of images you are retouching at that particular moment. So it can be, some images require very minimal retouching. But if you're, let's say, doing a beauty portrait, you can spend however time you want to. Yeah, it's more like an artwork. So if you're doing a painting that like takes you 100 hours, then that will determine how perfect it will be. So sometimes an image can take me 2 days to finally put through post-production.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is one thing you wished you knew before, getting into this industry as photography? Something you knew you hope to know sooner before getting into the industry?
I'm afraid I'll say nothing.
Nothing? Yeah. Okay. Confident man in his work. Love to see it. So when you have your shoots, what's one thing that's very important that should be there?
When you're shooting, right?
Yeah.
Light.
Lighting.
Yeah. Because if you're in a dark room, you can't take any picture.
True. So apart from photography, what do you get up to when you're not editing pictures or retouching or you're busy on shoots? What do you get up to in your free time?
I probably spend my time, most of the times I'll probably be getting inspirations for shoots. And also just spending time in the studio figuring out different lighting setups. Or if I probably just have to unwind, then I'll probably have a drink.
Yeah.
Step out. Yeah, basically that.
Interesting. So like when you, you've worked with several people, so you come across different personalities, and some people can be very difficult.
Yeah.
How do you really work with people that are difficult? How do you handle that challenge? How do you overcome it?
Just accept whatever they say you are. So if the person is being difficult, obviously there is a reason. And the way to actually solve that is you just accepting. If they're claiming you to making a mistake, accept and find a solution. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are some of the criteria, qualities needed for someone that wants to become a photographer? Does this person need patience?
Yeah, patience and discipline.
Patience and discipline.
Yeah.
So is it only photography that you're just now focusing on, or are you also planning on moving into film or videography?
I feel like our clientele right now doesn't allow us to focus on any other, specifically for me. It doesn't allow me to step my feet in another sector because I'll probably have too much on my plate that I won't be able to eat. So like I'm sticking to photography for
now. Okay. So how is the photography industry here in Namibia? How would you say it has grown?
I mean, like it has grown really. Like there's quite a lot of competition right now, which is a good thing because it allows people to actually put in more effort. In terms of like clientele and any other, whether it's like how well commissioned the photography industry, I mean it's good, it's fair, I should say. Yeah, but depending on who you are as a photographer, I can't say the same for any other photographer out there because I'm not so sure what they experience. But for us, I feel like we have created like at least a brand over the past 7 years that actually make things a bit easier for us. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, guys, we have come to the end of speaking to Mr. Pavo Shoya. the photographer. So for anyone that's watching and wants to become a photographer, what word of advice would you give them?
Just don't sleep and learn. You'll learn it very fast.
Yeah. Put in the hard work, be patient and disciplined. Well, Pavel, thank you for joining us.
Thank you too.
Wish you nothing but the best with your journey.
Thank you.
All right, guys, stay tuned. We are not done yet. Let's wait for the next profile.
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andreas Mbavi, and I'm currently the financial manager at Bakomo, Namibia, HY Ltd, and I'm in the FMCG industry. I studied BA Accounting or BA Rekenkunde at the University of Stellenbosch, and I did my postgrad through UNISA, and yeah, I did my articles at Ernst & Young. While studying, I was majoring in taxation, management accounting, which included costing and financial management, and I also majored in auditing and also financial accounting itself. So I had 4 majors while I was studying. Studies, yeah, like it wasn't the easiest of courses. Obviously, it was very challenging, character building, and obviously it also had its ups and downs. But all in all, I can say that 4 years studies are worth it now in hindsight. Although sometimes when I was busy studying, times got tough, and sometimes you just feel like, is this really for you, or I should give up? But at the end of the day, I just kept pushing, got the right motivation from my family, my colleagues, and my friends as well. So yeah, I'm glad I pushed through, although it was very challenging in varsity. At the moment, like I said, I'm currently working with Bakomo Namibia, and my job, just to give a brief description, entails like obviously managing the day-to-day finance activities, which entails like managing the risks and also cash flow management, creditors, bank. Also, mostly I also do month-end reporting, which entails preparing management reports, checking ratios and covenants and all those things, and also submitting compliance requirements, i.e. VAT submission, import VAT submission, also the annual tax calculation. So it's quite a diverse thing that I do, and it's very, I would say it's very challenging at times initially, especially when I started off, because I just started at Bakomo at the beginning of the year. But with time I got used to it, and got used to the environment, got used to the pace of things. So I would say the most hectic part of my job is probably the last 2 weeks of the month, or last week of the month and the first week of the next month, because then it entails doing month-end preparation. And then after month-end preparation, we are busy doing reporting, which includes preparing reports to the directors and also our other stakeholders, such as the banks and our shareholders. In terms of motivating someone that maybe wants to take the same route as me, I would say you should definitely go for it. I think, like I said, studying peer accounting or something to do accounting, following the CA route is one of the best decisions one can make, especially if you want to be in that financial sector, because it's a very comprehensive degree. You don't only, like most courses, you major in one subject only, but with the CA route, it offers you the opportunity to not major just in one, but all 4 modules of yours are considered your majors. So it's very challenging, but once you do get the rewards are fruitful and it's worthwhile. It's just like they say, the easiest thing in life, or the best things in life, don't come easy. So if you really want to be out there, especially in the finance sector, and the thing as well with studying that, you always have a job, so there's always job security, and it's relatively easy to get a job. So I'd say if you're interested in finance and you're maybe not sure what you want to do, I would recommend that you perhaps do the CA route, because you will definitely not regret it. Thank you very much.
Well, guys, now we're back again with Financial Manager Andreas Mbabi. I got it right.
Yes, I got it right this time.
Okay, thank you for joining us at Career VX 2021. How are you feeling?
Feeling fine. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a great opportunity. Feeling fine, you know, it's almost weekend, so yeah, the stressful week is almost over.
Almost over.
Yeah.
Well, let's just dive right straight into the interview. So, can you please tell us a bit more about yourself, like your background, where you're from?
Okay, so my name is Andreas Ambabi, as she mentioned. I'm originally from the coast, from Walvis Bay. My school there at Walvis Bay Private High School, and then I went to study at the University of Stellenbosch in South Africa. Did my accounting there, and then I was there for 4 years, and then I also studied in Joburg. And then thereafter I was done. I did a CA route, and I came back and I did my articles at Ernst & Young, Namibia. But I was based originally in the Walvis Bay office, so I did my articles there. And then once I was done with my articles, I got promoted and I got asked to come be an audit manager here in the Windhoek office. So then I was here, I moved to Windhoek at the beginning of last year, 2020. So then I was here in Windhoek with them for a year, and then at the end of the year I got a great opportunity to go to Bokomo, Namibia. Initially as the risk compliance and reporting manager, and then after a month, I got an offer to be the financial manager. So obviously I took that challenge on. And yeah, so now I'm currently at Bokomo, and I've been there now for 7 months, and yeah, it's been a good road thus far. Challenging, but yeah, good.
But fun.
Yeah.
So you mentioned you studied at Stellenbosch and you worked for a bit in Johannesburg for 5 years, no?
Yeah.
Correct? So I want to ask, why did you decide to come back to Namibia?
You know, home is home.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, home is home. But although, to be honest, I enjoyed my life much better on the other side. But you know, sometimes you also like that, just seeing the family and also missing, like, you know, being in an environment where you are comfortable. Not to say I wasn't comfortable, but like, you know, sometimes I miss my family, and I also knew that my short-term plan was to always come start up my career this side at least. Just at home, make sure everything is set, and then later on in life, like, I'm open to, like, perhaps maybe going overseas, but it wasn't the right time then. And I needed to come set up my base here, so yeah, it was always a plan to come back.
Interesting. So you mentioned you just moved to the city lights last year. How's the city treating you, know, coming from a small town, Walvis Bay, and moving to the city? What was that adjustment like for you?
Well, in all honesty, like, obviously I was used to the city life in Joburg and all that. So I think the biggest adjustment was when I initially moved back to Walvis. It was such a struggle because there's, like, you know, few streets besides the lagoon and the ocean, obviously. So moving to Windhoek, it was I think it was needed for me personally, because I was just getting too, like, flustered in Walvis Bay, a small community and all that. So when I came to Windhoek, it was a great opportunity. I embraced the city life. Luckily, I have some few friends here, so they also helped me settle in. But then, unfortunately, I was having a blast the first, 3 months, and then, you know, COVID happened.
The streets were closed.
Yeah, the streets were closed. So yeah, then obviously thereafter, I just had to relax a bit down. And although it was obviously a negative and a bad time for all of us, I think like, 'cause at that time I could work from home, and I used a lot of my free time to be a lot more productive. I got a lot more things done, just because, like, sometimes, you know, when the streets are open, like, you know, you get distracted. Friends are calling you to do A, B, C, let's do this. So it was good for me, because I also got time to spend, like, by myself, reflect on myself, what I want to do, and just become a bit more focused in terms of, like, what I want to achieve in the next few months, or the short-term goals and all that. So it was nice, and I prefer the Windhoek now.
Okay.
But now I'm like, I'm used. Initially, I used to be a bit, like, getting lost here.
Too many streets, too many turns, hard to keep up. So as a financial manager, what exactly is your job description? What do you do?
So just in summary, basically, I'm in charge of the finance department's daily activities. There's a lot of things that are involved in it. Just not, you know, doing things, but, like, in terms of, like, so basically we'd have obviously our day-to-day activities, which would include, like, me reviewing a creators recall that I get from my people that, like, report to me, reviewing payments, and also being in the FMCG market, which is the food industry that you operate in. There's a lot of things, like maybe the accountants would understand, like what we call ABC costing and standard costing that needs to be done on pricing of the products like that are on the shelves, because it's a very competitive market. So we do also a lot of price monitoring and also like price changes on a daily. And other things that I do include month-end process, which is basically every month we obviously have to close up the month.
Yeah.
And after a certain time period, we can't like process anything else into what we call the trial balance, which is basically our financial records. And then I won't lie, I came at not a difficult time per se, a very challenging time, because when I got there, Bokomo, we just took over what we call Tongat, the sugar company, Marathon Sugar. So it was a challenging time, things were changing. The two companies were merging, so there was a lot of things, new things that everybody else was learning as well. So I also had to hop onto that bus. And also, we also had to obviously change the way we do our things. From like making sure that we migrate and become one. And also what happened with the month-end process before I actually moved there, I think that my first 2 months or so, it was like, let's say you had 7 days to do month-end process, and then obviously like our holding company, PepsiCo, decided like, no, we need to report quicker. So from 7 days, it got cut to like 2 days. So we basically had to do everything that we were doing in 7 days in 2 days, and it was quite challenging. But that includes just doing like normal month-end procedures, making sure that everything is recorded, completeness. And then thereafter, I would perform what we call management reports, which consists of compiling reports like income statement, cash flow statements, balance sheet, doing income statement analysis, just commenting. So preparing reports I would prepare it for my head of finance, which is like basically the CFO, and then he reviews it and then sends it to the board like on a monthly basis.
Interesting, Andrea. It's just the way you explained to me, I could sense the passion for the job through your expression and your words. But I just want to find out, why finance? Why accounting? You are a numbers guy?
Okay, growing up, I was always good at numbers. But to be honest, when I was still like maybe grade 11, 12, I still wasn't certain what I wanted to do in life. Like, I was maybe like, growing up, I always wanted to be an astronaut, like a sport kid.
Yeah.
But obviously, like, it was impractical this side. So then later on, I realized I was good with numbers. Until like grade 12, I wasn't really too certain what I wanted to do with my life, but I knew I wanted to work with numbers. I knew I wanted to be somewhere like, money, working with finance and all that.
Yeah.
So then my dad told me, like, because I said I wanted to go study in Stellenbosch, she's like, you're not going to go study. If you don't know what you're going to study, then I'm not paying for you to like just go for the sake of it, Obviously, also being a sport guy, I always wanted maybe to be, soccer, every kid's dream, but the dad's like, So then I decided, like, I did research on what finance degrees or courses are available, and I realized that the BA accounting with the theory is it is definitely the most comprehensive course to follow in terms of finance, because you touch on everything. So I knew that if I took this route, I would have a good foundation and basis for to deal with any finance. And also, like, when you're doing that course, it's not like it's an investment where you have one major. You're doing 4 majors throughout your whole career.
And you get to choose these 4 majors?
No, you don't get to choose.
So it's just...
Yeah, complex. So it's what we call taxation, financial management and cost management, and then you have financial accounting and auditing. So those majors are compulsory. Then obviously you had other modules. So yeah, I decided that I think it would be the best route for me, and at the end I wanted to just follow the route. So that's how I ended up.
And you never looked back?
Nah, never looked back. It was a difficult year, like obviously studying and articles. Articles is just sleepless nights. But at the end it's worth it, because obviously like later on you realize, like, you learn and you get used to the environment and you just become slightly more comfortable. It's stressful, but the stress is worth it in the end.
So what would you say, apart from, learning a lot every day and not things being a routine and being different, what's one of the best moments for you as a financial manager?
Best moment, let me see. Well, I've been a financial...
You're like, oh my goodness, Andreas the man, you did that. Show off with the boy.
Yeah, I think the best moment as a financial manager, I would probably say it was, like my first report. So we have this report, it's that we have like the management report that I was telling you about. But one of the inputs to that report is what we call a divisional report. So basically, like, we have our products. It's basically breaking up our income statement into like all our product lines. So then, but it's very detailed and complex the way you do it. There's a lot of inputs. You pull in different reports from the TB and from our other system, and then you break up the TB, because usually on the financial statements you just see a sales figure.
Yeah.
So then you basically break up each sales figure into the product line and into different cost centers, and it's easier like said than done, but like the hours that you need to put into just understand it, because obviously it was my first month. After my first month I got training, and the person that was training me also like had to obviously leave. So in the second month I was left with that, and I had to like, you know, just like boom, like, and obviously in corporate there's no time to, you know.
Come on, let me know, there's no life jacket.
There's no life jacket, it's not like in audit where you know someone is going to review it. So it was a difficult challenge, but like I know I spent like probably, I think I went in for that weekend about almost 9 hours. I went home like at 10 o'clock, like I had a permit, working on that report. And then when I finished with the report, it was actually, I was quite proud of my output, and got good feedback from the CEO and the CFO, so I was quite proud. And then I think the second thing was now that whole change from that I mentioned earlier of the month end, because I think everybody, all of us at the office were really stressing like how are these guys going to manage to do this whole FI closure in 2 days when they had to do it over 7 days. Yeah, so we had to adapt. It was myself and my team, obviously we had to adapt, change our strategies, like also change the way we did our financial closure process, whereby which obviously previously would have time to record everything because it's 7 days. So now we had to change to almost what we call an accrual basis. So because sometimes you might have like expenses that are still in process but aren't completed yet, so we can't actually put them into the system. So we'd basically change the way we reported to more like an accrual basis way to make sure that we accrue for all our relevant expenses for that month in a correct period. And in the end, we actually ended up making it in time because, like, for example, now if I close, there's 2 o'clock, and if it's closed, it's closed. There's no more going back inside to record stuff. So we managed to do that. So I think we were all quite proud of ourselves. So
okay, so that moment also answers my next question, which was like the hardest. So that moment in itself had a best experience and the hardest one at the same time.
Definitely.
So your uni years, you know, we have students that struggle to, you know, keep up. You know, we have law students, accounting students. How did you push through that, you know, to make sure you graduate, and because it can be difficult.
Yeah, no, university is it's one of the best times, but it's also one of the toughest times of any student's life. And I won't lie, even myself, like I also went through everything that a student goes through. But I think one of the key things that one should always do as a student is like discipline. You need to make sure that you're disciplined, and you also need to make sure you know why you're at that stage university. If you don't have discipline, it's very easy to lose your way through varsity because you meet new people. You know, perhaps if you're staying or studying outside or staying in a hostel, you know, you have that freedom which you didn't have when you're staying at home.
You can easily get influenced.
Yeah, easily get influenced, you know, like from your peers and friends and all that. So it's very easy to lose yourself. So that's why I always think self-discipline is one of the most important things. And I think it was one of the things that played quite a huge factor in me, obviously completing my studies. So you need to be disciplined. You also need to keep focused and know why you're here and just make sure that you do what needs to be done. Obviously at varsity, I'm not saying, like, I had fun as well. And also, so you also need to perhaps have a balanced lifestyle.
Yeah.
So it's not always just about like, you know, studying and just putting your head down. Because sometimes I have scenarios of friends that were like that, that were just focused on studying. And sometimes, you know, they just kind of like lost it. They would have like breakdowns because they put too much pressure on themselves. So I would say it's also important that you have a balanced lifestyle in the sense of like, you know, perhaps if you're a sporty type of person or artsy or something, whatever whatever your cup of tea is, make sure that you still participate, take some personal time out, and just also make sure that you're balanced and you stick to your plan, and you also remain self-disciplined. If you don't have self-discipline, I don't think you would make it through. But yeah, it's not that difficult. So yeah, you can just push.
So like, what motivates you to keep on going day to day? Because you know you have moments where you're just like, you want to throw in the towel and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, no, I know we all have one of those days, and I'm not going to lie, I've had those days as well, but I know at the end of the day, I have my own personal goals that I've set, that perhaps like by the end of, when I'm 28, I need to be here, when I'm 30, like long short-term goals. So I always keep my my eyes on the prize. I might go through a difficult moment today or tomorrow, but I know that, let's say, I still have 2 more years to achieve my goal, my next goal. When I'm at 30, I want to be this, and that. So I think having a sense of direction and goals is important. If you are just living life for the sake of like, I'm waking up, let's go to the office, you're almost like you're not motivated. So you need to motivate yourself. And you have to have certain goals that you work towards or targets. So if you have a certain target, then you're living towards something and working towards something. So that's something that I do, and it keeps me going. So at least I know, like, for the next 2 years, I'm living for this certain thing, and I'm working on achieving this and that. Then once I'm done, then I'm going to the next thing.
Interesting. I can keep going on and just having this discussion all day, but we need to say goodbye. Andreas, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And I'm wishing you nothing but the best with your journey. So guys, don't go anywhere as we get ready for the next person we're going to interview, a graphic designer. So stay tuned.
Thank you, Monique.
Hi everybody and welcome back to Careers. I'm Jeanette Diergaard and with me is Kaya Amutenia. Kaya, she is a graphic designer. So Kaya, please tell us more about yourself. And okay, let's start at the beginning. Why did you decide to become a graphic designer?
Okay, I was always interested in motion graphics actually.
Yeah.
And I was actually a big fan of the drum. So I actually wanted always to work for the drum.
Okay.
Yes.
The magazine.
Yes, the magazine.
Very awesome. And was this always the field that you wanted to venture into when you were in grade 12 or grade 11?
No.
Okay.
Like, I actually wanted to be a nurse. It's like a family thing. Like like half of my family.
Nurses.
Yes, yeah.
And what was your parents? What was their reaction when you decided to become a graphic designer?
I actually started I first started doing BA and then I left it. And I told my dad no, I gonna go for graphic design now. My dad was confused. Was like, what's that? He didn't know what it is. So then I had to explain to him what it is. And he was like, no, it's fine. As long as it makes you happy, you can go ahead. Yeah.
So there wasn't any big pressure like, no, you can't do this. It's not a traditional thing we do.
No.
Okay. Where did you study to become a graphic designer?
At the College of the Arts.
Okay. Yes. And what do you need to become a graphic designer after school?
You don't actually need the degree, but you do need the qualification, obviously. But the thing that you need is your portfolio. Because when you go and look for a job, they're actually going to go through your portfolio and see how creative you are with what you do. Yes.
Okay, but when you're in grade 12, what's the point scale that you need, or is it not that much focus on your marks in grade 12?
I feel like it's with other professionals, you need at least 26 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how was your time at College of the Arts?
Oh, it was amazing.
Was it amazing?
It was amazing.
How many years were you there?
For 3 years.
For 3 years, okay. And are you still in contact with all your other friends
I am
there?
always.
Awesome, okay. But was it difficult to get into the industry after you graduated?
Not really. Like if you know people, if you know people, like you have to decide on what kind of graphics you actually want to do. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so before you worked at NMH, was there any other place that you studied at or worked at?
Oh, worked at no. Actually, NMH is my first job.
It's your first job. Awesome. So, what was the requirements when you got here? Did they say you need experience, or would they just looked at your portfolio?
Okay, I actually started here as an intern.
Okay.
So yes,
okay.
I came here looking for internship. And then I guess I did impress them. That's why they hired me. Yeah.
And how long are you now at Namibia Media Holdings?
I'm here for 4 years. Gonna be 4 years in October now.
For 4 years.
Yes,
Okay.
Yes.
And you've
been
been
amazing years. Yes.
Okay. And where do you draw your design inspiration from?
Like most of my design inspiration comes from, I usually check on Pinterest, and I also follow other graphic designers in motion graphics. People would, yeah. Okay,
that's interesting. So you started as a graphic designer, now you're moving into motion graphics.
Yes.
Okay, is
I
that
actually
the
had
future
the reason why I actually decided to become a graphic designer.
Okay.
I had a friend who does motion graphics.
Yes.
That's he's the one who inspired me to be a graphic designer, because I actually enjoyed what he used to do.
What he used to do.
Yes.
And so do you want to become an animator and join the film industry?
Oh, yes.
That would be fun. We'll just see your name there. Kaya designed this animation. Kaya, can you also explain how the industry is like working as a graphic designer in the industry? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Okay, as a graphic designer on a daily basis is you actually if you have clients that you design for, you do their work, send the work to them, then they have to approve. Some of the clients are very difficult to work with. Like you have to make changes like maybe even 20 times, and the person is still not happy with what you have done. That's why you must always send at least 3 proofs to them, 3 samples, so that they can choose from one of them. But mostly, they always go for the dull one, like the one that you think is the good one, and then they never go for that one.
Okay, that's interesting. But does designing become routine when you are working in the industry?
Yeah.
Okay. But how do you keep your style of design, and what is your style of design?
You need to decide either you want to do like there is magazine, or you want to do logos. You need to decide. You need to choose. You need to decide on your own. Yeah.
And what's the favorite, or what is your favorite design projects that you like working on?
Logos.
Logos.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. But with the logos, does the client give you also makes you add your own element to it? Or
yeah, you have to at least send through 3 samples to them. And you must make sure also that the logo works, if it has to be on black and white, and does it work for branding as well, and all those things. Yeah, you need to make sure of those things while you're designing it.
Now, with designing, was there a difficult experience or something, a mistake that you did back in the day that was like, whoa, how could I have done this?
Oh yes, a lot, even here by NMH.
Okay, and can you perhaps elaborate more on the one experience?
I once, on my own, by freelance job, I once designed something for someone, and then by accident, I actually sent the wrong artwork to the client, which was actually a mess. And then the person was like, no, but I did not ask for this. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, that's not your work. Just ignore it. I'm going to send through yours now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with the deadlines of the media industry? Because seeing that it's so fast-paced, how do you keep calm and not stress like everyone is stressing around you?
Stress, it's going to be part of your
day-to-day life.
Yes, it's going to be part of it.
And if you
and then there's sometimes they actually like clients that takes forever to approve their artwork.
Work.
And that's what delays you.
And then you're stressing
more
it's a whole process.
Yeah.
And if you were not doing design, would you have gone into nursing? Or is there anything else that you wanted to do?
Not nursing. I was actually wanted to do BA, business administration. Yeah, not nursing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you decided against business administration.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that next year. I'm gonna go back to school and then I'm gonna do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And where do you see yourself in the next 3 to 5 years in the industry? You said you want to go back to
school. I'm gonna go back to school, but I'm still gonna do designing on my side. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Kaya. I hope you guys learned as much from graphic designing as I did. And if you want to become one, follow Kaya's footsteps. We will go into the next profession. Stay tuned. Hi everybody and welcome back to the second annual Korea Virtual Expo. I'm Jeanette Diergaard and with me is Wendelin Kauziona. Wendy, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Jeanette?
I'm doing so perfect. It's nice to see you here. So Wendy, you are a wedding planner. Can you tell us more about the dynamics of planning a wedding?
Oh, okay. Wedding planning is quite broad. You need to literally know what you are planning for, and then for how many people you are planning for, where are you planning this event, what is the client's vision, what is the number of guests that the clients are having, and then if there are certain tradition and cultures attached to the wedding celebration, because we know that weddings are traditional by its nature. So obviously all that detailed information you need to have it in advance for you to know that the wedding that you are planning for your client is planned to the finest detail. Because you know, like I said in the beginning, that it's a complex role that one has to play, and then taking into consideration when you are planning, there are various logistics that you need to put in place, and then those logistics involve other human beings as well. So then planning that process and then coordinating the activities of that specific client's vision, and again taking into consideration what are the cultural elements that needs to be taken into consideration when you are trying to plan and then bring the specific client's vision to life. So it's quite broad. You need to have the skills, you need to have the understanding, and then above all, you need to love what you are doing, because working with human beings for different fields, especially with family members, again, it's quite hectic. And then you need to have passion for it. So otherwise, it will be a difficult job for you. But then if you're passionate about it, you can definitely do it.
You can go ahead.
Yep.
Now, Wendy, you mentioned that there's so many cultures that you have to take into consideration. Do you do research before planning the wedding?
Oh yes, definitely. You know, my first thing is I do customized wedding planning, design and styling. It's quite broad what I do. So my first thing is I need to sit down and then speak to the client, understand where they are from, what is their family dynamics, because some clients are coming from divorced families, and then they're coming from mixed families. So all those things you need to do prior. Ask relevant questions. There are some sensitive questions that one ought to be very careful at when you are asking and when you are investigating the client. And once if you get all that information, definitely it needs to give you enough tools, enough understanding of how you are going to go about this specific client, because not all the weddings and then all the plannings will be the same, because clients do differ, their cultures differ, their backgrounds differ, their dreams differ. But then as a planner, you need to be skilled to know how you are dealing with this different type of clients that you come across.
That's so interesting, Wendy. Now, did you always want to go into wedding planning
or
like events?
I would say to a certain degree, yes, because growing up, I was very frustrated about this organization. Up until today, I'm getting frustrated if things are just not falling into place. For me, I have that thing of a raw belief that everything needs to make sense. You know, things need to be put in order. They need to be well coordinated. The beauty that we see when we are walking into buildings or in a house or in a venue for an event, it just doesn't come naturally like that, because somebody somewhere needs to be responsible for making sure that every little piece of things need to be in order. And then that is what I felt from childhood, to say that somehow I need to do this, I need to get these things done.
Get it in order.
Yes, in a certain order, and then it needs to make logical sense. So that's how I love organization, I love planning, I love running around. So definitely, somehow back in the days, I would want things to get in order, and then growing up and then finding out that actually here there is a niche in this industry. I can do benchmarking from my own wedding and then looking forth to others' weddings, and to say that I said there is no way that a wedding where I'm present or a family event where I'm part of will be disorganized like that. I will have to make sure that every little thing is planned for, and then clear responsibilities are assigned and deadlines are assigned to it, and then it's well coordinated to make sure that the event at the end of the day is a success.
Okay, awesome. So now, Wendy, you said that you don't like when things are diermekaar. I think diermekaar is the best word.
Yes, you can say that again. Yeah.
But would you think that when you or does the creativity go away when you logic on things, or do you think it just adds to the beauty when it's organized and everything is logical?
Okay, you think, what is it? Being in the wedding industry,
yes,
it is a highly competitive industry, and then highly creative. You need to be creative.
Yes.
And then we all know that creativity is not taught. Creativity is some set of skills that you come into this world with.
Yeah.
You can only groom it as you go, as you practice, that's what you groom. So I think it's very, very important, even though you would want things in order, but those things in order means that they are designed in a certain order, and then that's where the creativity plays a huge role.
Yeah.
Because I cannot just walk in and then want to put flowers or somebody's wedding cake, for instance, because somebody else is obviously baking the wedding cake. But then when it comes to a venue, it needs to fit right into a certain spot that is designed for it to look organized.
Yes.
So the creativity goes hand in hand with your organization skills and coordination, because if you are not creative, how are you going to coordinate a well coherent look for your client at the end of the day? So definitely.
And how long have you been in this industry?
Now, okay, 6th of August this year, just a week ago. Last week Friday, then it's exactly 17 years.
17 years,
yes,
oh my goodness.
17 years that I'm doing this.
And what's the difference from when you started and to how the industry is now?
Okay, I think back 17 years ago, we were still struggling to understand whether we actually need an external person as families to do a wedding, to plan and then do a wedding for a family member.
Yeah.
Because most of the time we know that families back in the days used to believe that weddings are family affairs. Of course, it's family affairs until today, but then family members are not skilled enough to make sure that their family wedding or a daughter's wedding or a son's wedding is going in the right direction that it was planned for, whether the budget limits are adhered to, the design elements are adhered to. So that's, back in the days, it was very difficult to break that norm of somebody other than the family member need to plan and then coordinate a wedding. So right now, people do understand the need.
Yes.
People have realized that actually we need an external partner to bring our vision to life. And then people started appreciating the beauty, the well-coordinated output of weddings. Gone are the days where people have to say that, of course it's a wedding day, there will always be something wrong. There will always be things that are not going to be in place, but no. When you have a planner, everything will be in its place. It will be made sure there will be people assigned to it, and then it will be monitored until the very last minute. So, yeah, to a certain degree, it has evolved.
Okay,
you know, along with family beliefs and cultural beliefs, bringing in the business aspect of wedding planning and event planning, it has evolved.
Cool,
so we bring quality back on the table. So yeah.
I like that, bringing quality back.
Yeah.
Not bringing sexy back, quality back.
Quality on the table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how many weddings have you planned in this 17 years?
Wow. I have lost count. You know, back in the days, I used to get so excited when I get a call and then a client books me. So I used to count, but I think, I would tell you that on an average, before COVID, I used to be booked from January to December. So mostly every second weekend in the first quarter of the year, which is January to
December.
No, to March.
Oh, okay, March. Yes,
because it was a quieter time, but then when the peak season picks up from April to August, then I would literally tell you that I would do approximately 3 or 4 weddings in one weekend.
Sure, in one weekend.
In one weekend, and then it's every weekend of the month. So I would roughly say round about maybe 100, 120. Because if I can calculate, because I have lost count, I stopped counting.
Yeah.
So I would say around about 100 to 120 weddings a day.
Is there one wedding that stood out to you that was like, wow, this is my favorite one?
Okay, last year, because I know last year we were all so down. We did not know that whether COVID, this new virus that has hit our shores would ever subside. We did not know what is going to happen to us, what is it, in the industry. And then again, even not only in the industry, as people in general, because it was depressive. And then I simply felt that when I will push ahead and then do the wedding of the year, despite the difficulty that we are facing, despite the pandemic. And then the best wedding that still stands out for me is the one that I have planned during that period.
Okay.
And then when I was able to pull off the so-called impossible in Namibia, that was building a altar on the swimming pool. So
on the swimming pool?
On the swimming pool at Crossbarman. So my bride had no idea whether she's going to walk onto the swimming pool. All she knew was her wedding ceremony would be next to a swimming pool at Crossbarman. And then when she came and then realized that actually I have built a deck.
In the swimming pool?
In the swimming pool, out of my own pocket for that matter. She did not know. That, seeing that expression on her face, her tears and all that, and then the thrill of standing there and saying that I made it. It came a reality, and you understand that will forever be precious to me, because because I had to break a lot of rules. I had to insist on going and seeing the top management, explaining that I will make sure that I will have civil engineers on standby. I will make sure that safety first. But then this is a creativity dream that I have to execute right now. And then I knew that Namibians needed something new. I knew that Namibians would want the usual thrill that Wendy's Creations Wedding of the Years are bringing in the industry. So I had to. So I had to spend my own resources to say that I have to give back. And then in this difficult time, and then give hope. And then that will always be one of my most special events that I've ever done.
That is so awesome. You know, as you explained it, I got excited. I really have to go look at that wedding.
Yes, it made the front page newspaper front pages for I think 2 weeks. And then I was happy. It was worth it.
Definitely. And how did the COVID pandemic affect your business? Could you still continue, and how did it affect your business?
Definitely, it was a huge setback. COVID came, and then we did not know that our industry, the events and wedding industry, would be identified as one of the key risky industry to operate in during COVID. So obviously, cutting down on the number of guests, or literally shutting down, and then locking down of the countries, locking down of the regions, cancellation of weddings and all those things had obviously affected cash flow, the creativity, everything was shut down in a blink of a second. And then obviously financially it was very difficult. It is still difficult. The people like me and the many others in the industry, it will take us years to recover. But then when you are passionate, and then when you have hope, you can still continue with a little scale down, redesign your strategies, refocus, and then reinvent, and then see how you can survive at the end of the day. Because it is an industry, and then having livelihoods of other people are on stake here as well. So it's not like pandemic, this industry is the risky one, let's shut it down. I would rather advise that we have to start sitting around the table and then start regulating the industry as opposed to shutting it down. Because we have people out there who are counting on the creatives like me to put bread on the table. And then it is a domino effect, it is a chain reaction by just shutting one industry down. So if you can look at the number of role players who were affected, it affects up until the taxi driver, it affects up until the graphic designers. If there are no events, that person will not design any graphics. If there are no events, a photographer that is running around with the camera behind the client would not have a job. If there are no events, then the cleaners that are cleaning after after events would not have a job. So it has a broad domino effect. So I think it's high time that people in the industry, together with the government, and then those in the regulatory authorities, can sit down and then find effective ways to regulate the industry.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Wendy, you talked about that so many people will be affected if it gets shut down. Can you perhaps just touch on the dynamics of a team when you go into with the wedding planning? Yeah.
You know, obviously, like I said, that it's a broad industry, and then I can only bring the smaller puzzle to the bigger picture. So the rest of the role players are very important, and then it is important to have effective team dynamics among the key vendors that are responsible for executing somebody's wedding or somebody's event. So one of the dynamics, team dynamics that I have that I value most is that different team members are bringing different skill sets to the project, and then it's very important that all of us are to understand the vision of the client, and then all of us are motivated and then are professional enough to make sure that when we are working as a team, we give each other chances, we embrace each other's differences, and then we enhance each other's skills to make sure that a certain project that we are working on is successfully achieved at the end of the day. So when you see a wedding that was produced by Wendy, it's not only Wendy that does that, although Wendy is the one who is coordinating it. She has planned, designed the wedding, but coordinating it, and then it's deliberate that you see certain group of key professional vendors being part of those specific projects. And then the team dynamics play an important role, because I do deliberately select a team that I know will best complement what I am doing, and then who can best achieve the client's vision. So you can have hundreds of photographers in the industry, you can have hundreds of makeup artists, you can have all, but then in team dynamics you need to identify who are among the best. Not only the best in the skill set that they can bring on the table, but who are the ones with the best attitudes, who are the ones who are bringing that vision of the client together with me passionately. You know, so it doesn't guarantee that when a person has the best skills, the best camera, or as the person is the best, hairdresser, he has necessarily the required attributes and attitudes to deliver a killer concept in a group. Because some people can deliver a killer concept alone because of their attitudes and then because of their personalities. But then, being a trained psychometrist myself, I use that skill of psychoanalyzing the vendors out there to say that vendors, when I bring them under one roof, will give us the best quality output. And then that's how I value team dynamics in events industry, because no one person can ever achieve what I have achieved and what others have achieved alone. You need the entire team. You know, from all over the industry, all over the different professions that come under one roof to produce an event. So.
Okay, you mentioned that you are trained psychometrics, so how do you say it?
Psychometrist.
Psychometrist.
Yeah.
Can you perhaps just explain to us what that is and what other training you also got to actually do the wedding planning?
Okay, I will quickly talk about being the psychometrist, because I started human resources development, human resources management professionally at Polytechnic of Namibia, and up until the degree level, but then specializing in the human resources development field. Now then, when you are specializing in human resources or human capital development, you go in a little bit deeper to study human psychology. And then studying human psychology based on the courses that you are doing is aimed at understanding human behavior in different settings. Now mine focused on understanding human behavior in a training setting. So as such, then I trained in analyzing candidates, their level of understanding, their attributes, doing psychometric tests, analyzing how the certain individual will most probably react in a certain situation. So that's what psychometric, examiner or a psychometrist are doing. Okay. Organizations out there would hire a psychometrist to conduct psychometric tests or aptitude tests to identify certain, I should say, special skills or special attributes that the person has in order to make best teams. So the recruitment agencies out there would use that information to employ or to put the right people at the right place for the right job. So that's what psychometrists do. Okay. So that was part of my human resources and human capital development training, which I just specialized that I would want to conduct psychometric tests and all that. Okay. Now coming back to the wedding planning and wedding design and styling, I have never sat in a classroom for that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, and then I should say that I am lucky that this is the gift that I came with. This is part of the package that I came with, and then over the years I have just groomed it by deliberately practicing and then reading more up on what are the latest trends, where should I go, and then find this one out, and then do the best that I can at the end of the day, taking myself as the benchmark, and then improving on my own skills over the years. And then I think 2-3 years back, then that's when I realized that actually I can seek professional understanding of this thing that I had started with out of my own passion and out of my natural gift. And then that's how I started attending various numbers of international wedding conferences, seminars, and then ironically, all the conferences that I have attended, I would be sitting there, and then when the trainer stands up or the presenter stands up and then talk about tips and all that, and then I would sit there and then I would say, and I said, wow, but I come from Namibia, a small country, but then I do all these things. Nobody has told me before, but then I have been doing all these things all along. So, and then I simply decided that, okay, then these platforms, I will have to use them for networking purposes, and then growing in the industry, and then learning the new trends, and then bring the trends back home.
Yeah, I love that. Let's bring the trends back home. Yes. Now, Wendy, you have so much skills and so much experience. How much can I pay for that, or how does costing work?
Yeah. Okay. It's this is the question that even at the international conferences are being asked. When you are designing somebody's vision with the aim to bring that to life, it is unique. Yes. And then one thing that I always advise my clients when they are asking me the exact same question, taking a picture, for instance, and then tell me that, can you quote us on this? It is impossible to quote a different individual on something that you have already executed for somebody else. So the costing basically works out like you come with your vision. Obviously it would be your first time to do a certain project, or obviously it would be your first time to get married. You would not know as such what budget you have to look for. But where I come in is to design your concept and cost it accordingly. And then obviously when you looked at the cost, you will have to go back and then look at the budget that you had in mind, whether that budget was realistically linked to your vision or whether it was highly unrealistic. So when that happens, I would rather sit down with a client, if they still wish to continue with me, we will sit down and then I will advise you to say that if your budget is this much, if it's a 200,000 Namibian dollars budget for 350 guests, if you divide that amount by the number of guests, you will get to the amount per person. And then that amount per person, you can again look at the items in the industry. How much does a chair cost if it's per person? How much does a table cost per 10 people? How much, and then all that. So people need to be realistic with regard to coming up with a budget. So I would say roughly that if I have to do a standard, which I don't normally, if I have to do a standard, meaning just a normal tablescaping, tablecloth, a minimal centerpiece, underplates and all that. I think approximately I would charge a person maybe a 350 Namibian dollars per person.
Okay.
So and then you can times that with the number of guests.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically you can work it out.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Thank you so much, Wendy. That brings us to the end of this interview. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I can't wait to get married so that I can appoint you.
Yes, please. And then you come with your dream and with your budget.
Okay,
so don't be scared. Yeah,
I won't.
That's
okay,
great.
guys. Stay tuned for the next profession, and that would be a personal trainer. So, Wendy, I hope you have a great day, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
It's great being here.
On this particular holiday that I went to Nigeria for, all the aunties that were there, they were like, oh, we love you here in Nigeria, you fit in quite well. And they were like, we should find you a husband. And they gave me a list of people's names, and they were like, oh, do you want to be a first wife or a second wife? And I was just like, first.
We should try by all means to make sure that the few minutes that we are spending together gives us a success tomorrow.
I told her I was going to marry her, but I was not serious at that point in time. But then thereafterwards, things kicked off, we became friends, and then a relationship started, and then the rest is history.
He goes out for everybody that is in who he loves and cares about. He's an only child, so he's always wanting to be around people and always trying to do the best that he can for everybody.
Of you being a responsible young lady. I pray He will bless this marriage. It shall be a blessing.
Hi, my name is Nelson Zakaria. I'm a professional personal trainer. So basically, if I can dwell into how long have I been doing it, I've been doing it since about 2017. It merely started off as a hobby. It was for fun, and eventually, steadily, I started falling in love with the concept of helping people, helping them achieve specific goals and so forth. At the time we started, me and a few other buddies, we would typically train a group of people in Vanahere at the park. And steadily I moved my way into working into gyms, volunteered to work for UNAM and so forth, and then I never looked back since. Worked for some of the commercial gyms in Windhoek, in Namibia per se, and internationally with Fit City and Virgin Active as well, where I was able to work as a fitness instructor and fitness manager as well. And then up until then, I gave birth to 24/7 Fitness, which is my current business that I run. So typically in a day, I wake up at about 4:30 in the morning, where my first client is usually at around 5:15, and my day usually runs until 8 p.m. on a normal day, and on a normal average day I could train up to 40 people, including groups and so forth. So basically it's what I love most about my job is the satisfaction in having people just come to me and say, hey, I was able to walk up a flight of stairs and I was not out of breath. And that is, for me, it's really humbling. So it goes beyond just like physical outcomes and looks and so forth. There's so many physiological benefits that people walk out of, and also just generally being healthy and having good peace of mind. Thank you.
Hi guys and welcome back. I am with Nelson Sakarius. How are you, Nelson?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing so good. So you're a personal trainer.
Yes, I would like to believe I am, eh?
So can you also show us your muscles?
No, there isn't much to show.
There's enough to show. Okay, Nelson, let's get to the point. So, why did you become a fitness instructor? To get the girls? No.
At some point, I started working out to get slightly bigger arms for the girls.
Okay.
And then somehow it never really goes according to plan, hey?
Yeah.
It was more guys like, yo, man, you look good.
They're not the girls. Like,
not the girls. Like, what do you do, man? You know? But eventually, I started spending so much time in the gym. Instead of on campus, and I loved it became sort of my sanctuary, you know. I started helping people, and the fulfillment I got was incredible, you know. And eventually I saw myself pursuing it as a career, and well, here I am 4 years later.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you've been in the industry for 4 years now.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you studied first, or what did you study?
Yeah. So basically, I studied sort of exercise science, but majoring in personal training with ETA College. So I went into my studies sort of after I was in the industry for maybe slightly over a year, just to obviously broaden my knowledge and see the depth of what it is exactly that I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And are you enjoying it so far?
Well, man, I love it. The hours are long, the nights are short, the days are long, but I love it, man.
So how many clients do you have in like a day?
Yeah, on a daily basis, depending on what type of day it is as well. But at most, I'll probably have about 25 clients on that one day throughout the day. But in totality, yes, the clientele is quite big. I think somewhere in the 40s. Yeah.
Are you stationed at one gym, or how does that work?
So basically, I am stationed at one gym. I work from the HPC in VRS. So that's where I do most of my sessions. There's a few mobile sessions here and there with some home sessions. I try not to really go into that because it's just too much logistics for me. Yeah.
Okay, now that's interesting. And do you think it's a lucrative career in Namibia?
Well,
I mean, with 20 clients per day, that seems pretty lucrative to me.
It is, but you see, the thing is, it's one of those things that can be very, very lucrative, believe me. But at the same time, you need to be willing to put in crazy hours, and you need eventually people start trusting you. Keep delivering a good service, be good to people. I always tell guys that ask me, yo man, how do you do it? And I tell them, man, I don't really care how good you are at this thing, but the most important thing is to possess like a good people skills, because that's what keeps people coming back to you and bringing more people to you. So you see, if you become my client and you become satisfied with the service that I gave you, I'm going to cater to the rest of your circle. So that's basically how you grow, you understand? So I say statistically, I like to put it, out of 10, 3 guys can make it big. I like to think myself as top 3.
Absolutely. Just think of it that way and it will become that way.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that when you train someone and that you'll probably start training these friends as well.
Yeah.
So how important is word to mouth and, you know, having that trust with your one client and providing exceptional services.
Yeah, it's actually great that you mentioned that, because that's one of the core beliefs that I actually have. I am a firm believer in word to mouth reputation. I mean, in as much as sometimes I sit crazy hours just put into marketing, social media, just putting content out there as well. But that word to mouth is the strongest, because people feel a certain trust if they were referred to you by a close a relative, a friend, a girlfriend, etc. You know, so it's quite big for me, and I don't really take it for granted. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's awesome. And then, is there enough infrastructure in Namibia to maintain this growing industry? Because I know a lot of people are getting into it now.
Yeah, you see, and I take it a little bit deeper, putting into aspect like the whole sport sort of exercise sort of aligns with sport, and my answer to you would be no, because young guys like me that are on the come up pursuing personal training as a career, you typically have to make it for yourself. You have to forge it. You have to fight through so many obstacles. And we simply do not have enough of that infrastructure. It's the same thing with how we have athletes, so many athletes that are doing so good, but we have stadiums that are not up to standard for international recognition and so forth. Yeah, so, but there is enough for those that are willing to do the work.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is enough for those. Okay. But I mean, home workers are not that bad as well, eh?
I tried it. I did it, man. You know, it's not the same thing. Do you understand? Because the thing with exercise is it's a thing of progression, and you can only do so much in the house until you need a little bit more. So you see, it's easy in a gym setting, because all we do is we just add an extra 5 kg to the squat, and then again you get that same stimulation. Yeah, so in the house you need to find creative ways. Ah man, it's too much.
It's too much for you.
Yeah,
just give me weights and add more.
Just add a little bit more, you know. Yeah.
Okay, and how do you draw up your exercise plans? How do you decide this is what you should do? Do it.
Okay, so basically it happens like this. So can I use an example?
Yes, definitely.
All right, great. So you reached out to me, and I set a consultation day with you. So basically, I like to use this opportunity to get to know you, talk you through the rate and so forth. And then what I typically do is we talk through your goals. I like to know things like your history in terms of injuries, illnesses that sort of can be made worse through exercise. And then what we do then is we do some measurements depending on what the goal is, around your arms, chest, waist, thighs, etc. And then after that, what we do is we do some physical evaluations to test how strong you are, how fast you are, your endurance, your flexibility, your mobility. But then the type of test will typically depend on what it is that you're trying out. Yeah, and then you see from there, I know who I'm working with. So it's easy for me to then go back and say, okay, let me program it this way. And that's really just what smart programming is about, knowing the client. You know, it's not a one shoe fits all kind of thing. You know. Yeah. I hope that answered the question.
No, it definitely does. Yeah. I know that we as ladies, like sometimes we just like, no, I don't want to start lifting weights because I don't want to be bulky and look like a man. So, can you perhaps just tell us that do you necessarily get bulky or what, but still outlining the importance of lifting weights and...
Okay, so you see, the thing is, and I get it a lot. Sometimes I'll be in a consultation with a lady, and then she'll tell me, I just want a nice tummy and lower body, the usual stuff, and then I would go in and say, okay, so you want to build lean muscle? Then they go like, no, I don't want to be like a man. So you see, the thing is, we have to take it back to our biological setup and hormonal systems. Okay, so your hormones do not allow you to get as big as me. Yes, I know there's a few exceptions of ladies that are in performance sports, but the amount of hours that they put in, the way they eat, and the performance enhancement drugs that they take allow them to get to those heights. Yeah, so it is pretty important. It is pretty important for ladies to also lift weights. You do not get bulky, but it helps with the process of just burning fat and creating that toned look that you want.
That
exactly.
Wants,
exactly.
Okay, cool. And what's the importance of supplements? Letting your body recover. How do you get your body to recover after a hectic training session?
Okay, so the talk of supplements, there's actually a few people that don't know the difference between supplements and the banned substances, which is steroids. Okay, yes. So huge difference. Okay, but supplements basically they help improve they help speed up your recovery and give your muscles the necessary nutrients to grow at the rate that you would want them to grow. So sometimes it's more convenient to just have a protein shake, quickly drink it, especially if you live on the go. You're constantly moving. You don't really have the time to eat all your meals throughout the day. Yes. So unless you're really to build the type of muscle that you want, depending on who you are again, the amount of food you'll have to eat will be mountains of, say, tuna, chicken breast, which is in no way healthy, whereas you can have a big quantity in a small shake, go 5 minutes, you're done. Yeah, so that's really the convenience that they give you. Yeah, so but they in no way or shape or form do they replace actual meals. Yeah.
So I've been following The Rock, and he eats like hectic food constantly. I mean, that takes a lot to maintain that guy's muscle mass.
Exactly, and you know, looking at guys like The Rock, you know, he gets paid to look like that.
Oh,
you understand? Yeah.
So
His motivation and discipline is that body is millions, it's a few billions of millions.
I mean, it's probably insured for a few billions.
Exactly. Do you understand? So again, he's a very big guy. So his daily intake needs to be pretty high, and he's pretty active, eh? Yeah. So that's just what it is.
Constantly pumping those weights.
Yeah, in Iron Paradise. He actually has this really cool gym. He has, for a millionaire, or I don't know if he's a billionaire, there is no air conditioning in his gym.
Okay.
So it's pretty hot.
Is that healthy though?
And no, what he does is he says he doesn't want to get comfortable. You know, there are no mirrors, none of that. So he goes in there and it's just work.
Just focus.
Yeah, it's just work. It's just work.
Well, that's a cool way of doing it. And how do you stay up to date with all that's happening, all the new stuff that's popping up?
Okay, so basically, yeah. So basically, through reading, you know, researching, the ACSM, the American College of Exercise, is constantly putting out new material. These few websites, purchasing some books, and also really furthering studies and things of that nature. So it's especially now, it's really an industry that is fast growing, and it's constantly evolving as well. So you don't want to be that guy that, you know, gets left behind.
So you constantly have to know what's coming. So if the client tells you this and you're like, no, it's actually this, not that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you need to know your stuff. Most importantly, you know, it's a lot of knowing the human body, the human anatomy, the physiology, the movement, the biomechanics. I mean, sometimes you get a lot of pretty smart clients, and they will question you on these things, you know. One day I sat with a doctor, and it was a normal consultation, and there were so many questions flying, and, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm okay, let's go. I like this. And, you know, fast forward, it's like, no, I'm a doctor. I just wanted to know I'm actually trading with the right person, you know.
And then he was like,
yeah, and it's like, yeah, it's now I punish him on the gym floor.
Yes, do it. Thank you so much, Nelson. It was so interesting talking to you. So now we will continue looking at the physique, and now we're going to move into the beauty of a person. Next up is a makeup artist. Thank you so much, Nelson. Are you going to stay for the makeup artist interview?
Well,
and you can do your girlfriend's makeup.
Well, I might just consider that.
Okay, cool. All right, then. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Okay. It actually went better than I expected, eh?
Show people, that's what we do.
There we go, thank you.
Just a mistake, guys. It's actually a lawyer, not a makeup artist. So if you have any issues...
Are we still live?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
thanks,
awesome.
Okay.
Kloppish, attorney by profession. I'm the owner of Kloppish Legal Practitioners. Our offices are situated at Marua Mall, St. Louis Road, Windhoek. Currently we are practicing a variety of fields, including civil litigation, debt collection, matrimonial matters, labor, insolvency law, only to mention a few. Being a sole practitioner, there's many hats to wear in one day. I have to delegate tasks to the staff, review all the work that's done, make sure all the clients are happy, attend to all the admin, invoicing, and general overall queries. So no one day is the same. We take each day on as it comes.
Welcome back, viewers. I'm so excited for our guest today. For all my law lovers, How to Get Away with Murder, Suits, we have a lawyer right here in the building, Nicole Kloppish. Good morning.
Thank you.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm good. So can you please just tell our viewers a bit more about yourself, like your background, where you're from, where you were raised, where you went to school?
Okay, I'm Nicole Kloppish. I born and bred in Windhoek, Namibian girl. Lived here all my life. Went to primary school at Holy Cross Convent, and then went to Jan Moore High School. And then after high school, I went to University of Namibia, where I started my LLB.
Interesting. So what made you, want to be a lawyer? Did you watch, just like us, How to Get Away with Murder or Suits, and you felt motivated, like, I want to be a lawyer?
I think all of us start the law career because you want to help people.
Yeah.
You want to make a difference in the community, and then you have the skill set to help people and take them, solve the problems for them.
So for how long have you been a lawyer now?
I've been admitted in the High Court now 7 years, and then before then I started 2 or 3 years, so almost 10 years.
Oh wow! So for those 10 years, what has been one of the highlights of your career?
Oh, there's many. There's
one that sticks out, that's like, that always comes to mind.
Oh well, no day is the same, so there's always adventure in the day. It's not like what you see on TV. There's always admin work, and there's always it's not as glorious as Suits and how you see it on TV. But you have the days where it's interesting, and you get like interesting trials and interesting matters that happen.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't think of one day. The day I would say is the day I got admitted in the High Court.
Interesting. And one of like cases that really, still this day, you still think back at it?
Well, I don't do criminal law.
Okay.
I practice civil law. So civil law is a little bit more boring. You do more contracts and more, you practice on, like you sue people for money and or family law, divorces.
Yeah.
Mine is not so interesting as criminal law. As a lawyer, you can follow different paths. I'm more in the civil litigation.
Okay, and you want to stay there in the civil?
Yes, when you start out, then you have to try out everything. I've realized this is what I enjoy to do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So for anyone that's watching and wants to become a lawyer themselves, what requirements would they need?
You have to be a very diligent person and hardworking, firstly, because it takes. To study law takes a lot. You have to put in the hours. You have to read a lot. You have to, but it's if it comes easy, it's easy for you. And I think anybody can do it, but you have to have a certain skill set, perhaps.
Yeah.
But it's hard work and dedication to your career.
Yeah. So what's the difference between a lawyer and an advocate?
Okay. A lawyer is a practicing attorney, is someone who's admitted in the High Court of Namibia. We do the daily work. We work with the clients. We look for the clients. We get the clients. We do the consultations with the clients. An advocate works for a lawyer, if I can say it like that. Advocates don't work directly with clients. They work only through the law office. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, advocate. I instruct an advocate on behalf of the client, and the advocate specializes in going to court and doing trials, and more focused on just the job at hand. Whereas a lawyer is more broad. I have to do the admin. I run the office. You work with a client. You work with client money. And things.
So is it like the lawyer is the doctor and the advocate is like the nurse? To put it in better terms.
No. The advocate is more the specialist.
The specialist, okay.
And the lawyer will be the doctor.
Will be the doctor. Okay, interesting. So you started your own law firm named Kloppers Legal Practitioners. So where did you start? How did you start? Why did you start your own law firm?
I've always had a passion for law, and it wasn't part of my plan to ever own my own law firm, but it happened. I was working at a law firm, and there was a conflict with one of my clients that I had with one of the senior legal practitioners, so I was kind of forced to open to get my own fidelity fund.
Okay.
And then from there, it's been now 4 years almost. So,
okay, wow. And so far, how has that journey been? I mean, it's difficult.
It's exciting. It's difficult, but it's exciting, and I enjoy it. And as I said, you must just be diligent and work hard. And administratively, you have to be on par. You have to diarize things and make sure everything is on point.
Yeah. So apart being from a lawyer, you're also a mother and a wife. How do you get to juggle all these things?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. While you do your 8 to 5, you have to be productive, because after hours you can't really do much because you have two small babies. So it just takes time planning, good support system. You have to juggle between things sometimes, because it's not always 8 to 5 the law job, and it's mothering is also not 8 to 5. So you juggle between it, but you need a good support system. That's one thing, and it's easy. You should just manage. Try manage.
So you mentioned that there's a lot of paperwork involved. Hectic hours. What do you do to get back and just center yourself? Because it can have an impact mental-wise, emotionally, physically. So what is it that you do just to keep yourself sane?
You need to take time out. I'm not a believer in overworking, and we live in an age where everybody is stating that you should hustle. The hustle is 24/7 and chase. No, you should take time. You should work hard in the hours that you have, but you should also take time for friends and family, and for shutting down, and also for yourself, because if you don't do that, you can't pour from an empty cup.
True.
So you can't continue to help others.
True.
So what do I do? There's so many things. Take a me day, and take a me hour with motherly. There's no me days, but you get 1 hour or 2 hours where you just go walk around in a shop, or you just go do your hair, or go take a spa.
Those little things.
Something small.
Interesting. So what do you think makes a good lawyer?
You need to be honest with your clients, and you need to be diligent, and just prepare properly and not take on too many things that you can't handle at once. You need to be, honesty I said, because lots of times you take on matters and then, or lawyers take on matters and then you need to give frank advice and say, okay, we can go this way, we can go this way. You can, and it's also, lawyering is also expensive, using lawyers is expensive. So you need to give them the best advice for the best value and time. You understand? So yeah, I think that makes a good lawyer.
Interesting. So what does a typical day for you look like? You know, when you get up, you prepare the day, like breakfast. So if you could just run us through what a typical day for you looks like.
I wake up at 4, I'm joking. I have 2 small babies, so currently sleeping is a blessing. You wake up, you get up, prepare them for school and for nannies, and then I go to the office. You start with checking emails always, or some days you go to court first. So you prepare the day before you have to prepare for today.
Okay.
So when I wake up, I know it's, okay, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, and delegate instructions to the rest of the staff in the office. Look for new potential clients, manage the clients currently, keep everybody happy.
Interesting. And you know, your UNAM years as a law student, how did you manage, you know, to have did you have a social life, or was it just like books? Because a lot of students are struggling now, you know, with the pandemic, everything is moving online. How did you, I know at the time there was not a pandemic, but like, how did you at the time handle schoolwork and also work and also a social life?
As I say, there's always time for everything. If you just focus at the task at hand that you're busy with. So attend your classes. That's always, I made sure I attended my classes. And then studying time, there was obviously, you go through periods where where it's test times and things that you have no social life. But then you also have breaks again, where school closes or UNAM closes. Then you find time again to meet with friends and catch up.
So for the ones that are watching, the students, and felt motivated with your encouraging words, what other words will you give them just during these difficult times, you know, with exams and school that's like online?
Continue to work hard. It's definitely not an easy time to be a student, I would think, because then you're on campus, then you're not on campus, then you're online, then you're not online. Studying is already difficult. I can only imagine what they're going through. So continue to work hard, continue to study. The light is at the end of the tunnel, even if you can't see it. And then you get the small rewards in your career. When you get there, you'll be like, oh, this was all worth it to work hard.
So like, does Mrs. Kloppers want to become a judge in the near future, or like you're okay with where you're at now?
I'm fine where I am now. I'm a softie, so I don't think I'll be, and that's why I also don't do criminal law, because I think I'll.
Your emotions.
Yes, you have to be very hard. I believe everybody's good, and everybody's circumstances make people do bad things. So yeah, but you never know where life leads you.
Yeah, you never know. Well, this has come to the end. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us on our Career VX 2021.
Thank you.
I wish you nothing but the best on your journey.
Thank you.
So guys, do not go away as we get ready for our next guest, a makeup artist, so stay tuned.
I work as a lecturer in the Department of Food Science and Technology at the University of Namibia. what do food scientists do? They are the scientists who have specialized on the food. Where are the sources of food? They could be agricultural, they could be seafood, they could be those from the field, your mushrooms, your mopane worms, your white grubs, your labs, and so on. So how do we ensure quality as food scientists? It's a broad discipline, as I said. You have food microbiologists, food chemists, food engineering, food processing, and equipment. So in all this, from having the raw material to having a final product, you have a spectrum of specialized food scientists. So those who are working on chemistry, they will ensure that the chemistry of this food, that means the raw materials and the product, what is it that is in the food? You also have nutritionists who may need to ensure that the quality is of a good quality for human consumption and it can be assimilated by our bodies. Food microbiologists ensuring quality and hygiene, and then food engineers ensuring the equipment and the technology to be used is appropriate and it's delivering a safe and very convenient food product if convenience would be the priority for that market segment. So with this, in a nutshell, you can be a food scientist to work on field products such as your marura, and the technology to even crack them open. You see all people are trying, how do we crack these things open? You could be a food scientist who wants to work on bambara nuts. You can can them so that they are not only available at a particular time of the year, but it can be available throughout the year. Your ombidi, Cleomeginandra vegetables. How do we ensure that these things are available throughout the year? They are convenient, they are loved by consumers. So another aspect on food scientists is those who work on the sensory quality of the product. You want people to understand what influences the psychology of a consumer to choose a particular food product. So in a nutshell, this is what food scientists generally entails, although there is a lot of specialization from raw materials to having a final product that is.
Well, guys, my mistake. I don't know, we want our face to be beat. That's why I said makeup artist, but we are rather joined here by the food scientist, Mr. Khumeni Natanga. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, how are you? Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for coming. I just like to say, food scientist, can you just tell our viewers a brief background, like where you're from, where you were raised?
Khumeni Natanga was raised in Oshana region. I attended a high school called Oshigambo, and from there I came to the University of Namibia. I studied a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and Environmental Biology. From there I went to do my honors at Rhodes University in Inorganic Chemistry. And then it's where I started to be curious about oils from Kalahari melon seeds. Then I started looking around this thing, where do you study these things? And then I later find out it's under food science.
Okay.
And then I ended up going for my master's in food science and technology at the University of Pretoria.
Wow.
And then from there I came back, worked a bit at the University of Namibia, and then went to do my PhD in Canada, at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada.
Wow, the qualifications. I want to find out why food scientists, why did you decide to get into that industry? What made you want to get into that industry?
For me, it was serendipity. As I said, I was in inorganic chemistry. Then I remember my grandmother used to use these Kalahari melon seeds, both for body lotion and also as cooking. Then I was curious, how is this possible? It's when I started thinking about studying something to that effect, and then I realized it was not in the mainstream chemistry, it was under food science. And food science is a discipline that has both the basic sciences and the applied sciences.
Interesting. So you just mentioned all your qualifications and where you studied. Now I just want to ask, you could have worked and settled in all the other countries you studied in because there's a huge market for it. What made you decide to come back home to Namibia and, you know, set your roots here?
I just love Namibia, our deserts. So, and also the fact that this is the area that can really create employment. The foods industry, whether it's fisheries, whether it's the field products, whether it's the agricultural, all those things need to be developed and marketed, and then an income can come from that and improve our economy.
Oh, great stuff. So like, what does a day-to-day look like for you as a food scientist?
Currently, I'm employed at the University of Namibia. I'm involved in training, research, and community outreach. So some aspects we are working with communities to understand their indigenous food products and perhaps see what can be done to those. Training, this is the basic sciences. Food chemistry, you are teaching. Food engineering, you are teaching. Food safety, food microbiology, packaging, just even making materials for packaging of food. All these things and the principles behind them. And also understanding the consumer. A food is only a food if consumers love it.
Yeah.
So what informs you to choose what you choose when you go to a shop market?
Interesting. Wow. Well, I just want to ask, for anyone that wants to, you know, get into this industry, what requirements are needed or qualifications?
Yeah, in general, because as I said, it has many basic sciences. Somebody from food microbiology or microbiology can come there, chemistry, at least biochemistry, but there is a qualification called food science and technology that really covers all these aspects that I mentioned, the chemistry, the microbiology, the engineering, and the safety, and the analysis of the food, both microbiology and chemistry. So all those aspects have to be there for food science to be active and deliver nutritious and safe foods.
Interesting. So like, what role does your job play in, you know, food security?
Food security is another broad term.
Yeah.
And our aspect is the nutrition part component on that food security, the quality of that product and safety of that product. That is where we come in. The availability is one. This is typical agriculture or field or fisheries. You can have the food, but the safety and the quality and shelf life of all those type of things needs to be ensured by a food scientist.
So for this job, what qualities does an individual need in order to be in this job market? Is it patient? You need to be patient. You need to think fast on your feet. What qualities does this individual need?
All those, and dedication and paying to details, because you have a consumer's life in your hand at the end of the day. So patience, paying attention to details, and really being able to analyze the data as they come in, whether there's a food recall, what could be the issue, should all the products that went out be recalled, or is it some of it? It impacts even the survival or the sustainability of a company if you make a huge mistake.
Yeah. So in what way can we support our local producers, especially during the troubling times that we're facing now?
We can do a lot, especially we have a lot of indigenous foods that are not yet developed to a market level. We have a lot of this. Go to our open markets. The food are there, but to a large extent, it's the quality that is not assured. When you have a mopanewem today or whatever traditional food, how is it such that you can have a consistent quality of that product? Why should we have just mopanewem in the form of a worm? Why can you not have it in a different form? A powdered soup. So all this is, I'm just giving that example, but there are various examples, especially from our indigenous food products.
Yeah, so there's a big debate about, you know, artificial coloring in food. How can we spot this, and what impact does it have in the natural value?
Yeah, that debate has always been there, and at the end of the day, eventually one needs to make a choice if you read the labels, whether you want a product that has an artificial or not an artificial coloring or sweetener, what have you. So usually a consumer has to make that choice. But to answer your question, especially with artificial intelligence coming up, those things, whether it will be morally accepted, you should be able to even tell with the artificial intelligence that is coming up in these centuries.
So what would you mention are the highs and lows of your job?
For me, being at the university, the highs are quite a lot, working with all these bright young people on a yearly basis. You get a cohort of this very bright, energetic, hopeful, it's and giving ideas, because you are not just there to impart, it's asking them, and they are giving you even the aspects that you are not aware. We are a diverse nation, such that this one will tell you, in our area we have this, how do we do this? That is enriching. The lows could be when there is generally a lack of funding into the equipment required to develop. You can't produce, you can't can a food without equipment.
Yeah.
And the food is so diverse. You have the meat, within the meat you have your poultry, you have your pork, you go to grains, you have your oil seeds, you have your, it's all so diverse, such that you are not just going to say, because I have a meal, I'm going to mill bones here, and I'm going to mill cereal here, and I'm going, you still need so many equipment, even if they are doing the same job.
Yes, correct. So what sets Namibia's agriculture industry apart from others, and what products do you believe sets our country apart from all these other countries out there?
Yeah, our uniqueness is such that we have a huge land. Of course, we have challenges of droughts and generally our dry climate, but it also gives our uniqueness to even lead the world, because when people are talking about climate change and these effects, for us, that's what we live.
Yeah.
Already this country can tell the world that when you are experiencing these dry spells, maybe you grow these things that we grow because they are somehow adapted to this dry climate. And we hardly use a lot of this artificial hormones and so on in our products. That also gives it a competitive advantage.
Interesting. So Komeni, apart from, being in your lab and testing out new things, what is it that you get up to when you have free time?
Oh, I'm a music addict. You will not be surprised. I play guitar, play piano, but also just listening to music. I go out driving countryside with open roads, and just especially our golden deserts, going to the sand dunes. I love that.
So which genre of music do you prefer listening to the most?
I'm actually not even into a genre. It's the music that I like, whatever the genre would be.
So currently your favorite song that you have on repeat every time you step into your car or you're in the shower or whatsoever that's on repeat?
Yeah, no, that's an interesting one. I usually listen to some local, such as Young T, The Dog, all those guys I listen to, but also internationally, whether it's the young ones, the Justin Biebers, I listen to all those rap and this, what is it, NBA? What is that boy's name? So,
NBA Young?
Yeah.
Oh my!
So I listen.
Can we get a bit of a, do you know the words? I'm testing the waters.
So yes, I'm a music junk.
Oh, interesting. You are a diverse man, and you appreciate anything of quality.
It's classical, you go to Pavarotti or Josh Groban.
You listen.
Yes.
Interesting stuff. Well, this has come to the end of our interview. Thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to seeing you in newspapers or hearing from you. Do not become a stranger.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, there we have it. And now, it is the makeup artist, guys. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere.
everybody, and welcome back. Apologies for that technical difficulty, but we will quickly go into Samantha du Toit's video. She is a dietitian, so stay tuned and see what she does.
Hi, my name is Samantha du Toit. I'm a registered dietitian in Windhoek. My practice name is Yanawa Dietitians, and Yanawa means eat well in Oshibambu. So a registered dietitian is a healthcare professional who helps people to understand more about nutrition and especially their personal dietary requirements. And nutrition is part of the management of a lot of different diseases, and nutrition plays a role in preventing diseases as well. So what we do in a consultation is to look in depth into someone's nutritional, their current dietary habits, and we work on ways of changing and improving those dietary habits in order to manage the disease they may have or to prevent a disease that they may be at risk of.
Everybody, and welcome back. So as you can see, I have Samantha with me. Samantha, welcome to Careers VX.
Yes, thank you so much.
Awesome. Can you perhaps just tell us more about what the job dietitian entails?
Yes, so a dietitian is the expert when it comes to any area of nutrition. So we are trained on the science of nutrition, and we counsel patients on an individual basis. We also do a lot of education via presentations, basically in the media, educating and empowering people with the right knowledge when it comes to food.
Yeah, absolutely, and food plays such a huge role in our overall health.
That's right, yes,
yeah.
it does.
Can you perhaps also just outline to us what is it that you need to become a dietitian?
Right, so to become a dietitian, you need to have a university degree, a 4-year degree. Some universities do it a little bit different, and it's a bit longer than 4 years, but at least 4 years is the minimum standard. And in order to get into university, you obviously need really good marks at school, especially maths and science. Besides the academic part, I think you need empathy and patience with people, and you need to be kind of passionate to work with people, because it's very much focused on people. Yes.
Yeah. And what are the challenges that you experience as a dietitian and working with people?
Yeah, so the challenges are actually what keeps me on my toes. You have to constantly stay up to date with the latest nutrition knowledge. It is a science, so it's changing all the time, and so staying up to date with that is a challenge, but it's also exciting, and that's what I love about it.
Okay.
I suppose the whole aspect of managing a practice is quite challenging. You never know, you don't work for a fixed salary, so you never know what your monthly income is going to look like. We're very dependent on doctors for referrals, and also just making yourself known, in the media. We're not allowed to really advertise ourselves as a business, but there are other ways of getting your name out there. So the management of the practice is quite a challenge, but it's also, once again, very rewarding and an exciting part of it all.
Yeah. I actually just wanted to ask as well, seeing that you started your own practice and moving away from that fixed income, what did it take emotionally, especially, to take that leap of faith?
Yes, it's definitely a very, very difficult decision, and is emotionally can be very draining. And I remember being very, very anxious in the beginning, not being very unsure, but it's something you just need to start with, and fortunately it flows quite well once you get going, and once you get used to it. I don't think you ever really get used to it, but you learn from your mistakes, and you learn from what you actually did right. Yes.
Okay, that's so cool. And you mentioned that about the anxiety of working and all that. But I would like to go to the food aspect of it. How can you elevate your mood by eating healthy?
Yes, that's a very important point. So eating healthy has a lot of short-term and long-term benefits. So if you're eating well in the short or you know, every day and every meal that you do choose the best choices you can make, you are actually improving your mood, you're improving your productivity at work. So basically just choosing, I believe in what we say as dietitians is to go back to the basics. Is choose food in its whole form, and any food in its whole form, fresh fruit, vegetables, will give you the nutrients that you need for optimal health and also optimal mental health. A very important aspect, yes.
Definitely. When you mentioned mental health, I was like, yes, because I know a lot of people, especially during the times that we are in, going through difficult times, and then instead of eating healthy, I personally would opt for the unhealthy food, and I'm just like, I'm stressing, let me just eat
things that are comforting, right?
Yes, it's comforting. Yeah. So in situations like that, what would you say you should rather go for instead of the chocolate or the unhealthy chips?
So the thing is, there's definitely a big comfort aspect when it comes to all our processed unhealthy foods. And it's usually because it's got a very high sugar and fat content and even salt as well. That combination tells our brain that that's amazing and kind of gives us a hug, our brain a hug. But fortunately we can get that from a lot of healthy foods as well. So you just need to choose well, like I said, focusing on vegetables and fruit as much as possible and experimenting with ways in which you can actually improve the taste. I'm thinking of things like a broccoli soup, you know, just adding a little bit of cheese to it already gives it a bit more of a fat flavor, or gives it that fat, which improves the flavor, improves the comfort value of that food. And things like a stewed apple and oats for breakfast, you know, with cinnamon. Once again, very comforting, so you can make healthy food comforting. Yes,
hugs your brain.
That's right. Yeah. But what's interesting about that is if you focus on healthy foods, even if they are comforting, like the ways I explained now, it doesn't give your brain that huge reward, so we don't tend to overeat on it, and that's what's different about all the processed unhealthy foods.
That's interesting. I actually never knew that.
Yeah.
But it makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah.
And so what foods can we eat to boost our immune system?
Yeah, that's the hot topic at the moment.
That is.
I'm so glad that everyone is aware of that now more than ever before. Unfortunately, there's no one food that can do the magic, but we need to look at a variety of foods. We need to make sure we're getting a little bit of all the food groups that we need. Definitely focusing on vegetables and fruit once again, and especially the different colors. The more color you can bring into your diet, the more your immune system is supported through the variety of nutrients that you get from those vegetables and fruit. So the thing is, if you can have one portion of vegetables or fruit in a day, you're already doing your immune system a big favor. So building on that and eventually aiming for about 5 portions really improves and supports your immune system. Optimally. That's it in a nutshell. I can go on the whole day, and that's exactly what we do in private practice. Is we work on an individual basis, and we build on what the person is already eating and helping them to find ways of improving their diet further.
Now, food is such a broad aspect. This probably a lot more that we don't know.
That's right.
But as a dietitian, how did you know, as a student or a learner, how did you know that this is what I want to do? What do you need to actually enjoy what you do?
Yes, so at school I knew that I wanted to go into some kind of science and medical field, and I started off with a Bachelor of Science at UCT. And fortunately at UCT, the way that their courses are structured, once you complete your Bachelor of Science, you can continue with a honours and a master's, honours program firstly in nutrition and dietetics. So going into more depth into nutrition and dietetics after your Bachelor of Science. So that's how my journey went. And at the end of my Bachelor of Science, I had a variety of options, working in a lab or working with people. And fortunately, nutrition crosses a lot with the medical field. And that's exactly how I decided to become a dietitian. Yes, does that answer your question?
No, it definitely does answer my question. And just what are the qualities that you need to continue what you do?
Yeah, so you've got to be comfortable with a bit of public speaking. I know it's not all dietitians' favorite part of the job. But because we do so much advocacy, educating, it is part of our job. You need to feel self-confident. You need to be able to work with people, like I mentioned. And you need to be able to multitask. I think with most jobs it is like that. You wear so many different hats in a day. It's not just one thing that you do. And what's really exciting about dietetics or being a dietitian is that food is a science, but it's also an art. So I really enjoy that part of my job, making healthy recipes taste good, and not just giving people advice about the best foods, but how can you actually make it taste better and fit into your lifestyle as well. Okay. So coming up with solutions is also very much part of it. Yeah.
And how's the industry in Namibia when it comes to dietetics?
Yes, so when I started working as a dietitian in 2008, we were only, I think, 4 or 5 dietitians, and now we're definitely reaching 30 or more dietitians in the whole of Namibia and different towns as well. So it's definitely boomed a lot over the last 13 years, and there's always space for more. I'm getting so many phone calls from people wanting to see a dietitian and haven't been referred by a doctor. They just realize how important it is for their health. Whereas when I started working, it was mostly doctors' referrals. And a lot of people are very aware of the role of nutrition. So there's always room for more dietitians. And what's interesting is that we can work in different areas. Some dietitians are based at a hospital, some are based in a institution kitchen, like a hospital kitchen once again, or working for schools, working for catering companies. So there's many different areas you can work in, and there's definitely scope for more here. So I'd really encourage anyone that's interested in it to go for it, yes.
Okay, and just to end off, to anyone out there that wants to start living a healthier life and start eating healthy, what would you say would be the next step from now and a healthier life?
Yes, so it's difficult to answer that in a short way, but you've got to look at where you are and where you want to get to, and that's where a dietitian is also very valuable. We really spend a lot of time looking at your personal goals, looking at your personal, where you are at in terms of reaching your goals. And any small thing that you can change. We know that lifestyle behavior change is not easy, but starting small and building up on that, I think, is a wonderful way, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Samantha. It was very insightful talking to you.
Yes.
So stay tuned for the next profession.
So it's a pretty early start. It's just after 6 a.m. in the morning. From a 4 a.m. wake up, I did about an hour's worth of work at home before coming to the station, prepping, recording, getting some bulletins ready, or prepping them at home and then coming to the office and recording them. So what I've done so far, recorded the bulletins so that they're ready for the morning show. Obviously we record because going out live on 3 different stations at the same time isn't really possible. So those bulletins are done. Now it's getting down to work on Corona Watch, some more of the bulletins, on about the 3rd cup of coffee so far. So yeah, it is a fun job. I mean, even with an early morning start, some days are easier than others. Obviously, some days you can find information quite easily for news bulletins, interesting information that you want your listeners to be able to learn about and hear about. Some days it's a little bit harder to find that information. And then, of course, the job does carry on. It doesn't just stop once the bulletin is finished. Like I said, got a couple more bulletins to get ready. I've got bulletins till about 11 this morning before the afternoon shift takes over. And then the editorial stuff also falls in while you're doing all of that as well. And then afterwards, at least one of the benefits of the current pandemic, at least, is that there seem to be fewer meetings. So there's more time to get actual work done. But yeah, that's a bit of a snapshot of the day in the life of me, David Bishop, the broadcast editor at Future Media.
Hi guys, and welcome back. I am with David Bishop. He is a broadcasting manager. David, how are you doing?
Good, thanks, and you?
I'm good. You guys probably already know that voice. Okay, so David, how did you get started in the broadcasting industry?
Sure. Well, it was something I always wanted to do. When I was about 12, I was on holiday in South Africa, and I heard a guy on... Back then, I think it was still called Radio 5. It's now 5FM, a guy called Alex J, and I knew that was what I wanted to do. And then after school, things sort of conspired, and Radio Wave at that stage had just opened up, and I thankfully knew the owner, and I basically walked up to him one night and said, I want a job, and
yes, you got
that's
it.
that.
So what do you need to become a radio personality? I mean, you have a very dynamic voice. Is that all it takes?
I think the voice is definitely important. I've done various different roles in radio, obviously, and there's different requirements for different roles. Being a DJ on air, you need a different sort of skill set to what I'm doing at the moment, where I'm the broadcast editor of Future Media News. Obviously, that's sort of a lot stricter. DJs get away with saying things that news people don't get away with saying. But I suppose the most important, general knowledge, thirst for knowledge. Somebody who reads widely is always really important. Everyone always wants to talk about qualifications. I think, again, for the Future Media News side of things with the journalism, perhaps their qualifications are a bit more important, and it would help to study journalism. But to get into radio and to be a DJ, there's no real qualification. You can go and study, you can go and do some courses and stuff, but it's also a lot sort of down to personality.
Yeah, okay. Now, as the broadcasting industry is advancing, do you think at the end of the day what's going to happen is that because there's so much people in the industry that you will need to look at the qualifications then, or what you say you'd rather look at the personality than the qualifications?
Yeah, I still think that the personality, the type of person is probably more important than qualifications. I mean, like you say, it is getting a bit more saturated now. We're nowhere near the levels of South Africa or Europe or the United States, where there are queues and queues of people just waiting to take your job. Here, I suppose radio people still have a bit more job security. We don't have to worry quite as much, but it doesn't mean we can rest. I mean, you still obviously have to keep it up. I think, I suppose qualifications, I mean, were qualifications to be a factor necessarily? I mean, I studied a Bachelor of Commerce, which has nothing to do with broadcasting and with radio. It's obviously helped. And I mean, like I said, a thirst for knowledge and somebody who reads widely. So if you want to go and study something, then it's never going to be detrimental.
Yeah. So as a broadcasting manager, what is it that you do on a day-to-day basis?
Lots and lots. At the moment, I'm wearing a couple of different hats at the moment because I'm still actually broadcasting. So I'm not just providing an editorial role. I suppose ideally, one day I'll step back and I'll be more of an editor and be able to provide more of an oversight. I am doing that over and above, but it's also quite nice to not just be sitting back and doing that. It's nice to still be able to get to compile bulletins, to get to present bulletins, to go on air.
there's that little bit of a rush when you go on air. So it's nice to not have lost that. Yeah. And I think were I to step back completely and just be an editor, I definitely miss that part.
Okay, cool. I know that you're always in the interviewing seat if it comes to in the interviewer seat. Yeah. And going back to setting up a news bulletin, what does that specifically entail, especially in the radio industry? I mean, you constantly have to deliver news that's coming in. What's that process like?
Yeah, so we do have, like you say, we've got hourly deadlines. News changes all the time, but it also doesn't necessarily change all the time. There are certain stories that you can get and you can expand on. So we can run a story in the morning, and then later on in the day we can have additional information to that story. But essentially, yeah, you go and find your stories. We obviously try to find local content as much as we possibly can, and that includes getting hold of people, phoning people up, getting those voice, the sound bites, so that you can have somebody else's voice, so that it's not just us saying what somebody else is saying, and using the wires a lot, going online. Twitter is very beneficial for sourcing news and finding stories. Obviously, everything still needs to be verified, fact-checked. You don't want to put out any information that you just happened to see. You want to make sure that it is valid and it is information that you can share with your listeners. So we do, as you say, we do hourly news. We carry 4 stories in our bulletins. Our bigger bulletins carry 5. And generally we'll look at 1 or 2 Namibian stories, a South African or African, and a world story where we can.
Now, the technical aspect of sound is so interesting but intricate as well. Can you explain what it takes to actually run a broadcasting station, the infrastructure that is written? Okay, we don't have to go deep into the engineering, but just an overall view.
I'd say our IT guy would be better suited for that. He recently went on a bit of a road trip. We're upgrading our antennas and our broadcast equipment. So he was included hiking all the way up to the top of Rossing Mountain to go and look at our equipment that's servicing the coast. But I mean, essentially, you can these days, you can broadcast without all the technical. I mean, because these days with cell phones, with the internet, there are a lot of people that are broadcasting and putting content out there. But yeah, obviously with the radio station, the formalities, it becomes a bit more complicated with the infrastructure and the decent recording equipment and broadcast equipment that can get us to all the far reaches of the country. That becomes a lot more technical and a lot more expensive.
Yeah. As a media student, we always get asked this one question every single year. Do you think that radio is going to die out? Do you think print is going to die out? I want to hear your take on radio specifically.
Was it MTV or VH1 that started off with the Buggles and video killed the radio star? So they've been saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it. I don't think radio is going anywhere. Radio is evolving internationally. I know radio is going away from the analog system with FM that we're still using here, and they're going into DAB digital radio, which has a lot of benefits, but obviously for a country like Namibia, a lot of drawbacks as well. But yeah, I don't think radio is going anywhere. It's changing, and it's had to change. I mean, especially radio news at one stage, that was the go-to. Newspapers could only, if something happened today, the newspaper could only run it tomorrow, or perhaps overseas, if they had an evening edition, could run it in the evening. TV would generally wait for the TV news that night. There's a lot more production, the filming and editing that needed to go in there. So radio had that immediacy, and it was, if you wanted the news, that it can be on in the background. It's part of your life while you're doing other things. So there's a bit of an intimacy there that I don't see going away.
Yeah, no, that is really cool. We already spoke about the personality that you need for a radio. What would be the hosting styles that the different personalities have? Can you just mention a few? I know there's probably a lot.
There are, I mean, there are loads, and I think one of the skills, I suppose, could be adaptability. I started my radio life mostly concentrating on a nighttime show, which is a very different type of radio. It's that one's a very intimate and very personal. People that are foregoing their TV watching to listen to the radio have got a lot of buy-in. I've moved to morning radio, which is a lot more high energy, a completely different type. I've done afternoon drive, morning. So I think if you can be adaptable, that'll definitely help. There are people that are, you can see them and you can hear them and okay, that's an amazing morning jock, but that's all they can be. They won't be able to adapt. So if you've got the adaptability and you can bring across those different types of personalities based on the different show, and then every show adapts to the DJ's personality in a way as well. No two morning jocks are the same. No two afternoon drive shows are the same. So as much as you need to adapt, you'll also create your show around you in a way.
Yeah. Also going back to how radio station has been evolving now, I know a lot of podcasters, rather, they also start using visuals. Do you think that's also going to happen in studio? I know you guys do post a few stuff in studio, but will you be, videotaping what's going on?
There was a move at one stage, webcams in the studio were the biggest thing and everyone wanted to see the DJs, and I think that's kind of moved on a bit. I know Omalunga, one of our stations, they are very active on live social video, sharing while they're broadcasting at the same time, and that's very popular there. So I suppose it depends on the market. DJs are having to pick up new skills and they're having to do more than just sit down and talk rubbish for 3 hours. So they probably are, there is going to be call for additional content, whether it's during the show or whether it's additional content after the show. And people, especially if they want to be more part of the DJ's life, they'll start demanding that. I'm not sure exactly what format it's going to take, or whether it's going to be live in the studio or whether we pass that. I think a lot of people sort of, when the webcam in the studio idea came out, is when you listen to the radio and you think, this is so amazing, I want to see what's going on in there because it's such high energy and these guys must be having so much fun. The problem with that is that's for that 3 minutes that the microphone is on, and then when that's off, it's the normal task. So then you're basically just watching someone work.
Yeah. And with the visuals coming in now, so have you ever went to studio with just your pajamas, You're like, no?
No, we've done circus days and theme days where we've dressed up specifically for the occasion. And I know during the Winter Nights campaign that happens, there we specifically have DJs dressing up in onesies and pajamas because of the theme. But no, I don't think the whole idea of the newscaster where you're wearing the suit and tie and the shorts underneath. DJs don't really dress up anyway. It is shorts and t-shirt. So
it is what it is. What you see him in the shop wearing, that's what he wears.
That's what they were wearing at work, yeah.
Okay, and what's the most fun thing to do being a radio personality, or what do you enjoy most about it?
Sure. I think it's that rush, I suppose, that you enjoy the most. Being on air, being part of somebody's life. Like I say, with my career, things have been different. With the night show, I had very close relations.
Thank you. And we'll definitely see each other around again. Guys, so stay tuned for the next profession, and sit back and relax and enjoy the show.
I specialize in the use of ionizing radiation to perform radiographic imaging, such as general X-rays, and such as bone density scans, fluoroscopy examinations, and mammographic examinations. My duties and responsibilities as a radiographer include explaining radiographic procedures to my patients, the pros and the cons of it, and also to protect my patient against ionizing radiation during the radiographic examination by providing them with laser shielding. We also assist specialists such as oncologists in the treatment and diagnosis of their patients, because radiography is the eyes of the modern medicine world. Not only do I have responsibility towards my patient and the specialist, but also to my machinery. Ever wondered why it's so cold in an X-ray room? You guessed it, our machinery needs to remain within a certain temperature. If we detect any errors on it, we have to report it to our technicians. Radiography being the heart of modern medicine, I am a radiographer, straight to the bone. I thank you.
Okay. Hi guys, and welcome back. We are with Rosanne. She is a radiologist. Rosanne? Sarah, sorry. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. So Sarah, can you tell us more about being a radiologist? I see a
Radiographer.
Radiographer.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the difference? Isn't it like the same thing?
No.
Okay.
A radiographer is someone that specializes in the use of ionizing radiation, right? To take x-rays, basically. The radiologist is the doctor. He's a medical doctor that goes and specializes in reporting and stuff like that. So he's the radiologist.
Okay. So as a radiographer, what is it that you do?
Okay, so basically as a radiographer, I take x-rays of the human anatomy. Sometimes we do animals and objects as well, you know, sometimes to find some object or something, like that. So that's what we do.
Okay, so you're mostly in the theater?
No, we don't work in the theater. We have an x-ray department, but we also work in theater. We have the C-arm radiography, so if the doctor is operating, we have the C-arm machine where we can take x-rays immediately and doctor can see it right there as he's doing his stuff. But we mostly have a department in which we work, and we have different modalities that we work on, like CT scan, MRI, mammography, you know, general x-rays, stuff like that.
Now, I know radiation is dangerous and stuff, you know, when it's too much exposure to it.
Yes.
Can you explain how it's in the X-ray room, perhaps, and the precautions that you guys take?
Okay. All right. Yes, radiation, too much exposure to radiation can be dangerous to the human body. But every day we are exposed to radiation through sun, you know, the microwave, stuff like that, your cell phone even, you know. So what we do in the department is when patients come for an x-ray, depending on what body organ we take, we try to cover the other part that we're not exposing to the radiation. And our machines, we have these collimators, like, you know, when you crop something. So we try to crop it just to the area of what we're doing, you know, so we try and we set exposures. So we try to limit the dose we give to you, yes.
Okay, that's interesting. And how do you, as a radiographer, how do you protect yourself from?
We have lead shielding screen that you stand behind. So you always see when you go for x-rays that the radiographer always goes to the back. So that shield behind is lead lined. Yes.
Okay, no, that's really interesting. Okay, and what do you need to become a radiographer when you finish school?
Okay, so basically your subjects at school is going to be mathematics, physics, biology, and English. That's what they look at. I studied at UNAM, so the requirements was, of course, English, maths, physics, and biology. At least the B or better in physics, B or better in biology, and maths at least C and English C, you know. And if you have higher level, of course, you're 2 and you're 1, you know. And then, so yeah, it's a 4-year degree at UNAM or wherever you go study, and you do it with clinical as well.
Okay, and how does the modules look like in university? Do you also focus on the anatomy?
Yes, there's a lot of human anatomy and the physiology of it. And it's a whole different ball game. I'm telling you, your physics books had nothing compared to the physics for radiographers. Oh, physics for radiographers, yeah, that is a different class. So yeah, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to university. Your modules, they're more in detailed. It's what you learn at school is, I can't even compare it. You know, it doesn't compare to what we do at university. It's a whole different ball game. So yeah.
But you're such a tiny person. Does it take a lot to move that machines, or is it actually okay?
I get that a lot from patients. Oh, I get so clean, I need a machine. Yes, no, luckily our machines are designed in such a way that we move it by a press of a button, so it's not like I physically have to carry the whole machine over you. So yes, that's basically it. Yeah, we move our machines with the press of a button.
Press of a button.
Yeah.
And how did that change? I mean, did you also study the history of how the machinery used to be like?
Yes, yes, yeah. Back in the days, if you look at radiography back in the days, you were like, these people really, and the exposure that time was also a lot, because he was still figuring out how to get around it. So everything back then was big, extra, massive, and complicated a bit. Now we have simplified it with the technology and stuff like that. So it's much easier to handle it now.
You're probably happy that you don't have.
Yes, I am actually, and back then we had the dark room as well. So it wasn't like now where you take an X-ray and the image appears on your screen immediately. Back then, you take an X-ray, you have to go and kind of process the image in this dark room where you couldn't get light in. Otherwise, your film would be fogged and then your image is lost and damaged. So right now you take the X-ray, images on the screen. That's it.
Easiest.
Easy, yeah. Easy.
Awesome. Okay, so yes, as a radiographer as well, what do you need to be interested in? Doesn't it get redundant when you're just there at the X-ray room, next client? What makes the job exciting to you?
What makes my job exciting is my patients, because they're the reason why I am doing what I'm doing, A lot of time people think that we just button pushers. You're just behind the screen, you push a button and you take an X-ray. No, we do a lot of interventional radiography as well. By this I mean there's examinations like IVPs or barium swallows, barium enemas, where we kind of have to give patients stuff to drink, or we have to insert stuff from behind, or we have to set up a drip, and sometimes we assist the radiologist with biopsies and stuff like that. So we just don't take X-rays. There's a lot of stuff that go on behind the scenes, and if patients that come for those examinations will be able to tell you what goes on, and they come with these fears and expectations. So we also kind of explain the procedures to our patients, calm them down, reassure them that we are here and stuff like that. So we just don't push button. You come in, you breathe in, you out. No, we take you through the process.
And how do you guys read the X-rays? Because sometimes I look at those things and I'm like, what's going on here?
Well, we are able to read the X-rays, but we are not allowed to tell the patient. That's the radiologist and your doctor that tells the patient what's wrong with him. So a lot of the times we get a questions from the patient, so what's wrong? And our answer usually is, unfortunately, I won't be able to tell you that. Your doctor will, so because we're not allowed to disclaim. That's not part of our protocol. Yeah.
And with technology evolving constantly and engineering as well, how are we going to secure a radiographer's work for the years to come?
Oh, well, definitely being a radiographer, and radiography will be there. I don't think that my career will ever go out of fashion, as they say. But we are evolving, and technology is changing a lot. With artificial intelligence that's being incorporated in radiography right now. So maybe it might take fewer radiographers to do the job, but there will never be radiography without the radiographer. Like I said, we just don't push buttons, we take the patients through the process, and a lot of positioning and stuff like that. And that's mainly one of the focus of our careers as well. We have to have a very good positioning technique, because if you just take a picture or the X-ray randomly, you can't see what you're looking at. There's certain ways we put you in, there's certain ways we angle our machine at, to get this view. So even if technology develops or there comes this robot, there's certain things that the radiographer just has to do. Yeah, so I don't think that we'll ever run out of taking the radiography out of it, because we are the heart of the modern medicine. So.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. And how old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 27.
You're 27,
Yes.
Okay. And would you like to go further with your career, or are you content with where you are and what you do?
I would definitely like to go further with my career, and I will definitely like to bring a new light on radiography and female empowerment. It's actually very much a female-dominated profession, yes. If you see, I don't know if you have been to any hospital, but when you get there, the people you see are the females. Yeah, so it's very female-dominated, and I think it's good, but yeah, we need to get more males into this project, but they usually come in and they don't last long in the profession and they end up doing something else in business or so forth. But yeah, radiography is developing, and as time goes, I would like to, you know, be the top of my game in my profession.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. It was very interesting talking to you.
Thank you.
And yes, maybe I'll see you in a hospital one day. Yes. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next profession.
Thank you.
Everybody, and welcome back. We are with Tina. Tina, you're a travel blogger. That's so cool, though. I want to quit my job and become a travel blogger. Can I do that?
No, don't. Like, okay. I still have a 9 to 5.
Okay, you still have a 9 to 5.
Yes, that pays my bills.
So you're saying, you know, just wait a bit before taking the leap of faith?
I don't think in Namibia we've gotten to that stage yet where you can just up and, I don't want my job anymore, I'm going to become a travel blogger.
Not yet, though.
No.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But how did you start with travel blogging?
Okay, so in 2013, I was fortunate enough to have gotten a scholarship to study in Malaysia. So it was my first time where I left Namibia, and then I spent 4 years there. The first year, obviously, I didn't travel much because I didn't know about travel. So I had to like adapt to my surroundings. The friends that I made, they always spoke about travel and stuff like that. And then in 2015, I went through a breakup. So, you know, when you go through something that hurts you, you always channel your pain into something. Either you become this motivational speaker, or you cut your hair, or you travel to move totally to a new country. I decided to channel my pain into travel, and ever since then, it's been a journey that I've never looked back at, and something that I continuously enjoy up to now doing. So that's just been the process for me.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Now you said that you went to Malaysia to study. What is it that you studied?
Digital media, communications in digital media.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it kind of
it's aligns with what I also do when it comes to like content creation and traveling, definitely.
And what's your current job now? Your 9 to 5?
I work in marketing, which definitely still aligns to
it definitely
pushing my content creation brand and my travel. So yeah, I work in marketing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you post a lot on social media and all the kinds of things. So what other platforms do you use to do your work as a travel blogger?
Basically all over social media, Facebook, like you said, Instagram, Twitter. I recently joined TikTok because I'm just someone who likes sharing information, the information that I create, the content that I create. Because my friends on Facebook aren't necessarily the people that are on Instagram, or my followers on TikTok aren't my Twitter followers. I have a different audience on each platform. So for me to make sure that the content that I create trickles everywhere, I should be active. Plus, yes, as a digital media enthusiast, it's just something that I should be able to be on platforms and stuff like that.
Digital media is exciting. It's constantly changing.
Yes, it is.
But what's the pressure that comes with being in the digital media sphere?
The trends, trends. Every day something new comes out. So you have to be on top of your game. You need to do enough research, because it would be a shame if you let the world leave you behind. So you have to constantly evolve every single day. It's almost like, I think it's similar to journalism as well.
Yeah.
On the move all the time.
I mean, that is just the media industry. It's just growing and going crazy.
Yeah.
I'm young and I can't keep up anymore. Okay, so Tina, going back to the travel blogging, when did you start with that?
Like in terms of documenting my travels and whatnot, 2015. That time when
you went to Malaysia.
Yeah, it's definitely in 2015, and then ever since then I've just started. I started with first posting on Instagram. It was just pictures, and then I decided, okay, let me start writing, and then from there I started doing our real-time storytelling. So yeah, it's just 2015.
And where was your favorite place that you traveled to?
One place that I always make mention of is my solo trip to Zanzibar. Because when you mention Zanzibar, people have this idea that Zanzibar is like, okay, the blue water, the beach, the palm trees, coconut drinks, luxury, which definitely is there. Yeah. But when I went to Zanzibar, I chose to go to Jambiani, which is a local village in Zanzibar. Because I'm also someone who likes experiencing people's cultures, the underexplored places. So the village that I went to, I met with different locals. I learned about how they make their income from fishing, how they also do seaweed farming. And then I also met a widow who invited me to her house, and then she showed me around on how to make a rope out of coconut fiber, which they use for fishing as well, it was a very good experience. I came back, I learned small words like, when you say thank you say asante sana, or when you say hi, it's karibu. So it's all these little things that when you travel to a place, you take home with you and you always remember. So it's very valuable, and it's a memory that I always remember.
And it's so sad, like when you had this amazing experience and now all that's left is a memory. And so souvenirs as well. Do you have a lot of souvenirs?
A lot. I have a box. I have a box actually, because now before I started traveling with my partner, I used to do a lot of solo travel. So now we have a box where every place we go to locally, we buy either a keychain, if it's a stone. It's just also a form of supporting the community there, because that's how they also make their income. So when you give back, it just builds the community.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah.
And now with COVID-19 and everything, when last did you travel?
When we go lockdown? A month ago?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I'm constantly always on the road here and there. When I have leave days.
Then you hit it. So what's your favorite place in Namibia that you went to and that you would like to go to?
Okay. I think I've been to a number of places, and every place had their own thing. So I wouldn't specifically say that I had a favorite place. But if there's one place that I also really want to go to in Namibia that's on my bucket list, is the Fish River Canyon. I've never been there, but picture-wise, what I've heard about it, I want to go there. And I don't necessarily just want to go there and go and relax and just be by the pool. I literally want to go hiking on the through the canyon. Yeah, but that costs a lot of money, so it's like it requires me to save up. Yeah.
It's really beautiful. I went my grade 7 year.
Oh, nice. Oh, so jealous.
It's really an amazing experience,
and it's worth it.
It's so worth it. Well, the walking, you have to obviously to be fit and all that, but it's actually it's chill.
Yeah, and they say you should go between, I think, April and September when it's much colder, so your body doesn't dehydrate. Yeah, because a lot of people unfortunately end up passing away if it's very hot and you're hiking in the Fish River Canyon. So yeah.
Yeah. And where's all the places that you went, that you traveled to? Or can you perhaps give me a number?
No, I've been to a lot. Yeah. Locally, I've been to. You want me to mention locally or
both? Or like okay, let's say internationally. Maybe that.
Okay, because I lived in Asia, and like flying to certain places wasn't that far. So I've been to like in Malaysia they have about like 14 states. So out of those 14 states, I've been to about 8. And then I've been to Thailand, I've been to Singapore, because they were so close by. Then I've been to the UK. Then when I came to Africa, when I started making, but that time was like, it was funded money by my parents. So when I started working, I took myself to Angola and Zanzibar. And then locally, I've been to Sossus Flay, Dead Flay, the Namib Desert, Swakopmund, Walvis. Yeah, I've been all over there.
When you became tourist of the year last year, your video was so much fun. I was like, okay, this is pretty impressive.
Actually, but it was just, it was my first time. I don't really vlog. That's not my thing. When I blog, it's more like writing, posting short stories. So I found it very difficult to create that video, but it was just a very good experience. Yeah. How it even came about is that I kept, because in our office we always get newspapers, NMH newspapers every morning. So every day I would always see this Namibia My Own Gem, and they would always have this advert, enter now and whatnot. And I actually even told my office people, you guys should enter because you guys travel. One of my colleagues, he travels a lot and he vlogs a lot. So I was like, you should enter. And then I also just decided one day to take my short stories, put them together, and then I submitted. And then funny enough, someone from the marketing team from Tourismus contacted me, and they were like, no, you're a participant, you've been selected. And then ever since then, long story short, that happened, created a video, and I ended up winning. And it was also, I think, what also helped in my favor to also win, because it was based on votes, because of people know what I do on my social media, especially Instagram. They know that I only focus on travel content. So when I put my video out there and I was like, help me win, guys, vote for me, it wasn't hard to get them to support me, because they know that this is what I'm passionate about, this is what I love. So yeah, and then that came about and I ended up winning.
But that's so cool though. Yeah. But are you going to go now more into the vlogging, or do you still prefer the writing or the typing?
I think, I think more vlogging. But I don't necessarily want to start a YouTube channel. I just keep it on Instagram.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Tina here.
A lot of you have been asking, what they do. No, I think it's a lot of work doing YouTube videos, and I don't necessarily get enough time to do that. That's why I'm also struggling sometimes to write. Writing is also something I'm also trying to move away from. It was something that I was really passionate about, because at some point when I did come back from university, I was also doing journalism. I was a journalist, but it was so much work. I had to constantly write every single day, and I was just like, no. But the blog also, you have to constantly write, keep people up to date. So when you start slacking, so I'm more on the Instagram short video stories telling.
Okay, no, that's so cool. And to become a travel blogger or a travel vlogger, what do you need and what should you do to become one?
I think you should just start. Just start. It doesn't require you to have skills or whatever. You should just also have a passion for it. Because many people start getting into things where they're and I'm going to make an example, sorry to YouTube video content creators. They see everybody doing YouTube videos and they're like, okay, I'm also going to do this. And then they become so inconsistent because they're not posting, because it's not something they're passionate about. So if you're passionate about it, start somewhere. Eventually, the people will see it, they will appreciate your work, they will love it, and from there it will just blow up as time goes on.
Yeah, awesome, definitely. Okay, thank you so much, Tina. It's so interesting talking to you. And yes, I can't wait to see what else you come up with, and I hope that you will, have an awesome career.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just add something?
You can add something, absolutely.
Oh yeah, so I just I'm a very big advocate of also always inspiring content creators, because we get to a stage where sometimes you create content and you feel like the content you're creating is not getting enough views or listeners or likes or whatever. You should always just remember that you should never focus on the numbers, because personally for me, I have 3,000 followers on Instagram, but I've had brands approach me to work with them. I've approached brands and we've worked together. So it's like, they don't focus on the numbers, focus on the value, the content that you create, and eventually, like I said, the right people will see it, they will love it, and your work will just speak for itself. And then another thing lastly would be also learn to work with brands that align with what you do. For example, if like I do travel content creation, I won't necessarily take on a job where I have to advertise a cooking product, because it doesn't align with what I do. And I've seen a lot of our people or our content creators in Namibia don't really understand that, and they end up taking things or jobs that don't align with their niche. Yes. So you get lost in that, and then so that's just that. Don't focus on the numbers, focus on the value that you create.
Awesome, thank you so much, Tina.
You're welcome.
That inspired me. I can't wait to start creating content again. But okay, I hope you have an awesome day further.
Thank you,
and
likewise.
Stay tuned, everybody.
Okay.
Hey everybody and welcome back. So this is the second part of the interviews. We are talking to bursary holders at Namibia Media Holdings. With me is the beautiful Maricel Stolper.
Hi.
Maricel, how are you today?
Fine, thank you, Jeannie. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. So can you briefly just touch on what your educational background is and working at Namibia Media Holdings?
Definitely. So I studied communication studies at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. So I did a 3-year course and then I decided to do my honors in corporate communications, also at NWU. And of course, that was made possible due to the bursary that I got from NMH. And then during the time that I studied, every vacation or holiday, I would come back, and then for 3 weeks or so I would work to gain some practical experience. And then after my studies were completed, I then came back home, and then I started working at NMH. So this is actually my 3rd year, I think, that I'm working. So time flies when you're having fun.
Definitely flies. So can you just also tell us what is it that you do at NMH?
So currently I am part of the MyZone team, obviously the best, and we are the youth brand. So I am currently also a part of the Zone, coordinating the Zone publication. And then also I'm responsible for our kiddie show, Active Kids. I'm very passionate about that. And that is a show that's aired daily for pre-primary up until grade 3 learners. So I also coordinate that. I also work with the Junior magazine, which recently came out. So I also coordinated that with some assistants from my team as well. They were so amazing. And yeah, I do what needs to be done, and I also coordinate schools. So I have 5 or 6 schools that I coordinate. So yeah, busy bee.
Doing the most, absolutely. So during these 3 years, Maricel, what was one of your experiences that stood out?
I think the first thing I would like to highlight was while I was doing my interning or shadowing while I was studying, because I think that's something that kind of speaks to our industry. And the one thing about media is how unpredictable it is. You can never go to office thinking that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things to do. That's what I will be doing today. Then I'll sit back, I'll drink a cup of tea, I'll eat a cookie, and then I'll be, no, life never happens that way. So while I was interning, we were sitting in a morning meeting, and then I interned or shadowed at Republikein, and then they came in telling us, there is a very big thing happening, and they want a journalist to go. And then one of our journalists, Tanya, she asked if one of the interns wanted to go with, and I was like, yes, I'm going. And then the whole story was in one of the informal settlements in Windhoek, there was apparently 2 kids that were kidnapped. And the guy was keeping them in his house. So yeah, and obviously I was still in university, and this sounded like something out of like Carte Blanche or something. So we were there, and I rushed because I just wanted to go see what was happening. And then when we came to the scene, there were already about 500 to 1,000 people gathered around one house. And people started throwing stones because they were very angry because this guy literally took 2 kids. He kidnapped 2 kids. And while we were standing there, we kind of started hearing what the people were saying. And they were saying, no, this guy keeps bodies in his house. And I don't know, they were very, very, very bad things happening. And we thought, why don't we investigate a bit more? So while we were standing there, actually the truth that came out was that these children were running past his house and they were throwing stones. And then they broke one of the windows. And they've done it before and they've ran away. So what he just did is he lightly grabbed them and just waited for them with their parents so that he could ask the parents to kind of help because they broke his windows. And then people just assumed he was kidnapping the kids because he was had a history of kidnapping children for some reason. That's what people thought.
Wow.
And people have this funny way of when they get excited, they kind of get carried away. So then after they were throwing stones, later it was like 2,000 people around this one house. And people were throwing stones, but I don't know, Namibians have a way of throwing stones, not like directly. They throw it up for some reason, and then you assume it's going to go far, and then it just doesn't. So there were stones everywhere, and the police came and they threw tear gas. I got tear gas in my eyes. But when I walked back into the office, people were clapping hands and they were like, now you're a journalist because you got tear gassed.
Imagine.
Imagine.
So like once we all die from journalism, then we're definitely journalists.
At least you got tear gas.
At least you got tear gas, yeah. Thank you so much, Maricel. And yes, it was awesome talking to you.
Thank you.
Okay guys, and welcome back. We are still talking to the NMH bursary holders. With me is Yandi Duplessis. Yandi, how are you?
I'm good, Jeannie. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. It's always nice seeing your beautiful green eyes.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. So Yandi, can you tell us more about what you studied to, what you studied?
Okay, so I took a career aptitude test actually in grade 12 because I was a little bit uncertain. I always had a knack for languages. So it did say I definitely have to do something in writing or telling people what their writing is bad. So I did end up studying literary studies and linguistics at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom. I studied for 3 years, majored in Afrikaans, specifically the literary studies. And creative writing actually.
Awesome.
But I also had translation studies as a subject, so I think that all prepped me very well for what I'm doing here at the moment.
No, definitely. And can you tell us more what it is that you do here working under Republikein?
Yes, definitely. So I am a journalist at Republikein. That's what it says on my job description. But I also do a lot of translations, which I really enjoy. So basically when one of our sister newspapers has a story that Republican also needs to feature, I translate that story, and it's not just copy paste Google Translate, there you go. It is a art in itself. And I think the thing about working in media is you are constantly having to expand your skill set. So today you have to write something, tomorrow you have to present something in the studio, then you have to proofread something. So it's every day is different.
Yeah, but do you enjoy the, I want to say, the rush of working in media?
I think it's an interesting field to be in. It's unpredictable. So no day is the same. You don't go in and know exactly what you're going to be doing that day because it's current events. So it's current. Every day something new happens and you have to stay on top of that. So I do like that it's a very unpredictable field to be working in, and you get to know a lot of interesting people, as you can say. And I do think it is a very good chance for someone like me to get out of your shell when you are not as good working with people.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And going back to NMH and the bursary, how did you find out about it, and why did you decide to go for it?
Interesting story. I was shadowing when I was still in grade 11. I shadowed at Republican for like 3 days because my mother had a friend who was working there. So I was just basically looking over everyone's shoulders and seeing what it is to be working in media, because I did have that little thing in my head that told me this is where I should go. And when I was done, they said, oh, you should apply for this bursary you have. So I did. And the interview, I think, for the bursary was the most nerve-wracking, but when I saw I got it, it was a dream come true.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Thank
Yandi.
you, Jeannie.
So we're going to head over to the next interview, so stay tuned, everybody, if you want to hear more about the bursaries.
Welcome back, guys. We have another bursary holder, Richard Buerta. Hi, how are you?
All good, thank you.
I'm great. I'm really excited to know more about you. So, can you please just tell us, give a brief background of your educational background, where you were born, where you were raised, and all those stuff?
I was born in Chumep. Then, I was 3 months old, then I moved over here to Windhoek. So I've been living here in Windhoek my whole entire life. I went to Pioneers Park Primary School until grade 7, and then from there I went to Windhoek Gymnasium. From there on, I went to study in a college in Cape Town called Prestige Academy.
And that's how you got the NMH bursary?
That's also how I got the NMH bursary, yes.
And in what field did you study?
So I went to go study in BCom Digital Marketing, a degree in digital marketing.
Interesting. And how did you come across with this bursary?
So yeah, it was quite a nice story. Prestige Academy came towards our school. We had different universities approaching us, talking about careers. So they also came towards our school, and we had to listen to their speech about this is our university, this is our college. And then in the pamphlet I saw digital marketing there, and I thought it sounded extremely interesting. Went Googling, went to search more about it, and then I kind of fell in love with the idea of it. Before that I was totally lost. I was really not sure where to go, where to go. So that helped extremely a lot. I was very thankful for that.
So like when you were in high school, you didn't know what your plans are after finishing?
You kind of think this and that, but no, I didn't really know what I wanted to go do. I knew I had a love for technology. I had a love for innovating and doing new stuff. So it's kind of where digital marketing and NMH kind of brilliantly came together as a good combination to quite fulfill my dreams and my passion, what I do.
Interesting. So after graduating, what does a day-to-day look like as a digital marketer?
Every day, new challenges, new everything. I really don't know what's going to happen until the day really happens. It involves a lot of coming up with new ideas, new digital solutions, finding new platforms, building on the existing platforms we have. So I'm involved a lot with website building, website maintenance, coming up with new ideas, coming up with new platforms to get there. So it's a lot of idea generation, getting the ball rolling, getting it implemented, and then once it's implemented, handing it off to the next team who's going to manage it.
Yes. So being a bursary holder at the time, how did that really help you, while studying?
It helped a lot, and I only realized how much it helped whilst after studying, and I saw my friends trying to find job. It's the idea of, for certain, once you're out of college, you have a work you can step into. That brings so much confidence, and it helps you a lot mentality-wise. You don't stress so much about what's going to come next. Am I going to get something next? You feel secure where you're at. You know everything is sorted. You know that your post-graduation is sorted. Because that's always the thing of, now what? I got this magical degree, what do I do now? And it helps so much cementing that, okay, I know what my next step is. It helps a lot. That security. And I could see with my friends, they all had to run around and look for jobs, and it's stressful. It's extremely stressful going to find, hoping someone accepts you, and just knowing for sure, and going into that final exam, ease of mind. I know I have a job afterwards. It helps you calm down. It helps you perform better also. So I'm extremely thankful.
So during your studies, how did you make sure you pass your tests or exams? Because, when you're slacking, the people that gave you the bursary are going to be like, okay, this boy is playing, we're going to retract the bursary. How did you make sure you're staying focused?
So interesting enough, I once watched this show on Netflix. I can't really remember the name, but it comes down towards, it was a whole series about memory techniques, and this whole thing about how expert memory technique people, how they operate everything. And they all operate on the same basis of creating a story of what you read or what you're doing. So that's what I always try to do. I try to make summaries, and then from that summaries create a story so that I can remember what comes next. So a day before the exam, always I would wake up, and if I couldn't say everything on the paper in my story as I practiced everything, then I knew I was in trouble. But I always woke up, told my whole story of this is going to happen, this and this and this. So I tried to create a story of it. It's a magic of storytelling. You remember quite details way more, and it makes it fun. So that's what I did.
Okay, so like, but for anyone that's watching and it's like, but I don't see any opportunities, you know, to get like a bursary. Which websites do you know of, or things people can go onto to see these opportunities?
So websites, that's a good question. I know for a fact that most of my friends and people, we looked a lot around on LinkedIn. That's a good place to find new business opportunities, internships. It's a really good place to find everything. Further on, if you check in the newspapers, also the classified sections, there's always new business listings coming up. You constantly see it. So that's a great place also to see it and to go find new career opportunities and stuff. And yeah, so go on Facebook, you always see stuff.
From your student uni years to now, how would you say digital marketing has grown? And what does the future look like for this industry?
Digital marketing as per se is extremely new. So it's difficult comparing how it was and how it's going to be, because it's currently, it just is. The past hasn't really existed. Yeah, social media is changing a lot. Websites are changing a lot, how people interact with them. So the future is a lot in data, understanding these people come to your website and making sure that you understand what your target market is. So digital marketing is moving a lot more in towards implementing of understanding your digital data, interpreting it, making sure you know how to interpret it, run good Google Analytics ads and stuff. That's one part of digital marketing. Where the part where I'm a lot involved in is more the platform creation, and every single day new platforms are created. And keeping up is impossible. The question is just how far behind are you? And just try to not be too far behind. So we here at Animate, we constantly try to innovate, whether it's creating new websites or creating a TV station or creating this career show.
Yeah, speaking about creating, he is the brains behind 1UP2.
Yes.
How did you come about that initiation?
As all things, it was a normal day at the office, and the next moment, you know, an instruction comes through to you. We got to create a TV station and make it happen. So that's as far as the pre-prep went, and you got to make it happen. So from there on, it was my old good friend Google.
Yeah.
It's mostly what I do every day is I Google, and I make sure to Google as much as I can to understand the concept and everything. And eventually I found the programs and the understanding of how to do it. And yeah, one thing led to another thing, and we are slowly but surely moving towards creating a full-on TV station.
So when you got that instruction, like, we need this, give us a walkthrough. You went to the drawing board. You started doing. Give us a walkthrough to that moment.
So it started off kind of differently. It started off first with the concept of we need to find a proper video playing system where we can at least live stream once or two times towards, especially because we're struggling with copyright issues and stuff. So it started off like that, and then it quickly moved into why can't we do this 24/7? Why can't we have a continuous process? So then it literally moved from, I found this program that can do this, this, and this, but we asked the question, but how can we improve this? Then it moved on to the next question of how can we make it 24/7? Okay, now we know we can make it 24/7. How can we make it more accessible? How can we create towards people? How can we create it that it's as buffering and everything? So it moves quickly. Everything was built in 3 weeks max. Everything was built, so stuff moves quickly and stuff happens a lot one after another, and it helps a lot when one has the mentality of understanding not to create dominoes, as in not wait for one domino to fall before. So creating multiple roads and doing stuff simultaneously, just like what happened with the vaccine. You know, creating multiple scenarios and making stuff, make sure that stuff runs simultaneously while you're working on this thing. This thing can run so long, and that's an important part also. Well, I think for any career is making sure you manage that to get a thing as fast as possible solved.
So what would you say in your career, what has been one of the highlights? Is it creating 1UP2, or are there like a few we do not know that happens behind
there's a lot.
scenes?
It depends on the day. I really enjoyed, while I was still busy with my, I did a part-time internship just before we came here, and we were busy with Momentum Rugby. I really enjoyed the events part of the whole rugby setup, this whole live event setup we did. That I really enjoyed. I enjoyed going on trips towards the north, the south, everywhere to find drone footage and also creating those videos. I really enjoy doing that. The One Up 2 is certainly a huge project. I'm very proud of it. We're still working on it, but it's quite a highlight also. But every day is so new that new highlights are created constantly. So it's very exciting. A good highlight also was creating the moment we had to create the online school website.
Yeah.
That was also a big task we had to do and very little crunch time. That's also one thing I'm extremely proud of to be part of, because we're reaching the nation, we're reaching a lot of people.
Great stuff. And one of the challenges, a moment that challenged you so much, you were like, I just want to throw in the towel and like throw my legs in the air and be like, you know.
Yeah, especially creating this One Up 2 website, everything, that was extremely difficult. Yeah, every day is difficult. I mean, 2 days ago, you get instructed to do stuff on the moment's notice, and you got to complete it as fast as possible, but make sure that the quality stays there. So I like working under pressure. I understand what is expected of me, and I think the people giving me instructions, everything, they also understand what my capabilities are. So I've never felt like I want to give up, I'm not going to make it. It was always, okay, how am I going to make this happen and make sure that everything falls in place so it works. So we have a great team here at NMH. So anything is possible, anything can happen in a moment's notice. So I have full faith in the whole team we work on. And I just make sure that I do my part as thorough as possible, and we take it from there.
Interesting stuff. But like, what do you get up to when you're not stuck in front of your computer, you know, programming, all these coding things? What do you get up to in your free time when you have that chance?
Free time, I try to get, if I can, to the dam to wakeboard and stuff, or go to Swakop to wakeboard on the ocean or something. I enjoy playing squash on my free time. My main hobby, which in Cape Town I did a lot, is go hiking. I really enjoy going hiking, going climb mountains, just getting out in the open, knowing there's no internet, nothing, just sitting enjoying the view, because life is beautiful. I also fly drone for NMH, but also for myself, and it's amazing just seeing the world from a different perspective, you know, getting up high, world looks different, and so I enjoy that. I really enjoy, you know, being out in nature and just taking it easy.
So have you always been like a tech guy ever since you were young?
Not young, I would say. I enjoy every time we go on a flight. I remember as a child, if we go into a flight, I would go to the book section and make sure I find a Stuff magazine. And the Stuff magazine always had the latest tech and what is the best phones ranking. So I always enjoyed reading those magazines. I always enjoyed. My dad is also a big tech person. So I kind of went in that, he inspired me also in a sense. So, but yeah, I've enjoyed technology. I've enjoyed seeing where technology grows and trying to stay up to date as much as possible.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So apart from your father, who else inspires you like in this industry?
In this industry, it's difficult. It's more as people, not per se, but as companies. One of the main things I remember, I saw a Coca-Cola ad. The Coca-Cola ad went about they got this Coke stations when we can order your Coke vending machines. So there was one in one country and the other one in another country. And as soon as someone walked up to it, the other person's face also appeared on it. And you had to touch each other kind of with your hands. And then you get a free Coke. And the concept of how Coke brings everyone together and everything. And that ad really inspired me of showing the power of advertising, also but digital marketing. But that storytelling really, it got to me. And it's one thing I would love to do one day, is to work on a Coke ad. Because their ads are just absolutely amazing.
Out of this world.
Out of this world. No, they are creative, and being just part of the thought process, I would love to do one day.
Yeah, they always keep with the times
Yes.
and relevance. They're doing a great job. So what do you think of Elon Musk?
Inspiration. I love the guy.
You love him.
He's amazing what he does. I follow him everywhere I can with all his tech. My dream one day, and it's not a dream, it's a goal, is to one day own a Tesla. I'm absolutely in love with his thought process of not saying something is not possible. It's challenging the norm, making sure whatever is done is done, and that's inspirational. It's the way, the mindset the man thinks is amazing. I wish I could follow that more.
It is such a smart man. So what does Richard have in store in the next 5 years? Are you still going to be a digital marketer? Or like, where do you see yourself?
Next 5 years, difficult. I suck at planning forward because every day is so new. I would love to continue digital marketing, love continuing at NMH, because you never know what's next, you never know what's coming next. So you're always creating something new. So every time a new project comes, it's as if you're coming to a new work. So it's constantly something new, constantly something changing. So yeah, what I would love to improve, not sure. There's always a lot improving in how I would love to learn to code. That's one thing I've never been able to sit down and just do. I think if you're able to code and have a creative mindset, you can come extremely far in life. So that's one thing I would love to learn to do, some online courses somewhere. So.
Interesting. So Richard, for anyone that was watching and felt really inspired, what words of wisdom or advice would you give that individual right now?
Do as much research as you can, find out about the project, and get working. A degree helps you understand the concepts of everything, but once you throw into a job, it's completely different. So I would say go find a job, even if it's for Auntie Susie, you're creating a Facebook page. You're creating experience, and you're creating a thought pattern in your own mind, but and understanding how the industry works. So go find a job as quickly as possible, even if it's for little to no money. Experience is way worth more than any amount of money out there.
Interesting wise words from Mr. Richard Botha. Well, thank you so much. We have to say goodbye. But guys, stay tuned as we show you a video of Rizan all the way from Otjiwarongo. She was also a bursary holder. This video explains her journey and as a bursary holder of NMH, so enjoy.
Hi, I'm Rizan Swart. I'm from Otjiwarongo and I'm a Namibia Media Holdings bursary holder. Okay, I did my primary school education in Foray Primary School, and then after that I went to Otjiwarongo Secondary School where I matriculated in 2017. In my matric year I had the subjects English, Afrikaans, biology, physical science, geography and mathematics as my subjects. After school I wasn't sure what I wanted to study exactly, so I took a 2-year gap, and in this 2 years I went to the Netherlands for a year where I did au pairing. During that time I did a lot of research on what I wanted to study and what career paths I found interesting, and in the end I decided on studying communications because it had a lot to do with writing and I enjoyed writing, and it also had to do with a lot of working with people and interacting with different kinds of people, which I found very interesting. One of my mom's friends actually forwarded me the advertisement that Namibia Media Holdings placed on Facebook for their bursaries that was available, and I decided to apply for the bursary from Namibia Media Holdings because I didn't have the finances to fund my own studies, and without funds I had to get a loan, and with the bursary, if I finish my studies, then my student debt is significantly lower, and also I'm assured of a job after my studies with the bursary. For the requirements to get the bursary from Namibia Media Holdings was I had to be a Namibian citizen, as well as I had to send them my matric results, and I had to write them a letter on the reasons why I wanted or needed the bursary from them. I'm currently in my 2nd year of studies at the Northwest University in Potchefstroom in South Africa, and I'm studying towards a bachelor's degree in communication, and this is a 3-year course. University work, you have to stay on top of your work every day, because if you fall behind you lose a lot of time. You have to make sure that you understand all the work, and if you don't, you must be shy to ask help from classmates or the lecturer, and that's some of the things that help me cope with my studies. And currently everything is online because of the coronavirus, and with everything being online, your time management is really important, because you have to have the discipline to stay on top of your work without having classes every day that can lead you into certain work that you have to do. Biggest support system would be my parents, because they are always there to give me advice or to listen to me when I get overwhelmed by my studies, and they are the ones that help me with all my applications and also help me to do research on what I wanted to study, and they are there to keep me in line currently while I'm at work at the house to study, and yeah, they are really supportive with everything I do. My advice to students that want to apply to bursaries or scholarships is that you have to be honest and you have to be yourself on the applications, and you have to work hard in school to achieve high marks, and this shows that you are willing to work hard and you're willing to put in the effort to achieve your goals, and apply to as many scholarships and bursaries as possible, because that just increases your chances of receiving one. My advice to someone who wants to go study further is don't be hasty in making decisions about your career path. Do your research and take some time. It's a big decision and it's going to impact the rest of your life, so choose wisely.
Hi guys, welcome back. Jeannie.
Yes, Monique.
We have come to the end. So come on, like an Uber drive at the end, what's the review? Is it a 5-star?
I would say it's a 5-star, you know. We all did a great job, the team 5-star. Well done.
We can't touch, just to
Bluetooth,
yeah,
okay,
Bluetooth,
okay.
yeah.
So what was your favorite profile?
My favorite profile, I enjoyed watching the interview you had with Tina. She's such a vibrant soul.
I also enjoyed having the interview with
her. Energy, and Wendy, my girl, shout out. I love that. You could just sense the passion through watching the interview. So I would say that those two were really like great for me.
That stood out for you.
Yeah, and you?
I enjoyed talking to David Bishop. Well, it was interesting to find out how other media houses does things, and also talking to someone from the industry. Obviously, I'm talking to you, but you know, from a different type
media
of
house
media,
as well,
yes.
yeah.
And obviously, putting a face to the voice that we hear on the radio. But yeah, but that was it actually. And talking to the dietitian as well. She has such a calming personality.
Yes.
You spoke about Tina's vibrant one. All she has is she exudes
Soothing.
this calmness, and I'm just like,
yeah,
yes,
if no
girl.
one knows Jeanette, she has a very hyperactive.
Yes,
so
apparently, I don't think so, you know.
So the dietitian brought her down. I loved that. I also enjoyed, you know, the food scientist. It was really interesting.
And he was so passionate about what he does. And I also spoke to him after the interview, and he talked about, you know, the lack of funding and how important food science is. I mean, food is... I mean, come on, we need food, and that is what, you know, brings up, helps the society to grow, helps an economy to grow.
It does.
And yeah, so just the fact that there's not a lot of resources or funding, that's why everything is going outside of Namibia, and that's why we're not producing a lot. So all our raw materials and resources, you know.
Yeah.
It's actually sad that we're not focusing enough on science.
It is. But I also love, you know, speaking to my namesake, my girl Monique,
Mo.
the nurse. She was so tired, but her energy was just so calming, and I was like, girl, what you're doing, the job description, that job title, it's perfect for you. And you know, she's also a frontline worker with, you know, what's happening now in this pandemic. And yeah, shout out to her, and shout out to all the frontline workers out there doing the most. But out of all the profiles, I really enjoyed every session was different.
Yes.
So it was like a fruit bowl. You get to get kiwi, orange, grapes, the best of everything.
Slap of meat. We're gonna throw in steak in that bowl.
I know. So
Okay,
it was
cool.
that kept it very interesting and fun because it's different. Oh no, the personal trainer. I also
got his
enjoyed
number. I'm gonna
him.
have him on Flex, so if you guys wanna see him again.
We're excited to see him again. He loved the camera.
Well, and he loves his muscles. You know, I love people like that on the show. They like flexing it.
Yeah, flex. Okay, I'm not trying to do that, but okay. Guys, this has come to the end. We would just like to say thank you guys for tuning in. It doesn't mean that if you didn't join the live, that it's gone. it's not gone. It's going to be
It's
there.
going to be on our Facebook
Yeah,
page.
it's going to
Just
be on our
watch it all
Facebook
again,
page.
you know?
Yeah.
You like seeing Monique. I like seeing Monique on camera. So.
And I like seeing you in
Oh,
action.
yeah, you.
So guys, yeah, this is our Career VX 2021, unfolding your skill set. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Like Ginny and I mentioned, we loved it. So make sure to share this with your friends and family. And if you see any of your friends that was in the hot seat, share it and tag them and tag us. So yeah, see you guys next time. Next year.
Next year.
Next year. So yeah, love and light. Take care and goodbye.
Good afternoon and welcome to the first edition of A Day in Time. My name is Gabriella Davids and we are at Namibia Media Holdings library known as MediaTech. I'm going to show you where we can read and do research of our history way back in time. Stay tuned.
This is one of our tasks that we have to do daily in the library. We are scanning the books to have them on our digital search as we are about to go, all digital. So we are trying to scan as much as possible all the old newspapers that we have. This is a cabinet that we are having for our daily newspapers. From the first day the newspaper is starting within the month till the last day. And this is how we are setting them away so they can be well kept and they cannot get burnt or burnt by the light because they are getting that yellowish shape. So we are putting them as safe as we can so we can have the original look of it. The month end, we collect them and then we bind them together. And then we are giving it over to the book binder. We are going into the shelves whereby we are keeping the books after we have bind them. And this is the official way it looks after it has been bind. And this is a month book that we have. This is the oldest newspaper that we have in our library, as it started on the 2nd of April 1970. That's the oldest of all within our library.
Just once again, thank you to everybody for the support and all the young people out there. Remember, you can dream, but nothing will happen unless you get a plan. And the plan is how you will reach your dreams and how hard you need to work to reach your dreams. Do not think there's enough time for you. You have enough time. You can wait before you see the time is gone and you are still stuck where you were. So come on, we have a lot of talent and the future of our country lays in the hands of the young people. So let's work together to get a stronger Namibia. Thank you very much. Love you all.
Wow, wow, wow. I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I'm definitely inspired to go back in time. Oh, and especially the year I was born. Hope to seeing you guys soon and we are super excited for your visits. Stay tuned. Ciao.